Apologize for that. Good evening. Thank you for watching KSR Fans Play Star Trek Online. I am your host, Randolph Vance, and tonight we are doing a special tribute to September 11th, 2001, and this image is from the Star Trek Enterprise second season, The Expanse, which shows a Xindi weapon firing a beam towards North America and hitting Florida in the opening title, and then making all of its way down to like South America before it finally disintegrates in the atmosphere. This is kind of a really weird. This is a really weird title card to open on. I don't know if it's going to get flagged or not, but I don't really care. But tonight I would like to do free-form political debate. I want to hear real, honest opinions about September 11th. And I think that it's been long enough. It's been 19 years. I think that the public, it's well aware of what happened. It's kind of like a Kennedy assassination kind of thing. It's like Challenger. I remember when Challenger happened. That was a sad day too. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and get signed in. I am already in the Discord. If you follow the link in the Discord, go to the Discord link right here. You will see that I've got a chat room going. Join me in Shuttlecraft Bay. I'm in under Governor Rocknar. My icon is dressed exactly like my ground character, so you'll know it's me. But yeah, I want free-form political debate. I want no holds barred. I don't care how crazy or how outrageous the theories are on both sides. It has to, the truth has to come out. And maybe if this were some kind of focal point in the 9/11 history universe, I don't know. Maybe years from now, I guarantee you someone will be watching this and they'll be saying to themselves, I never heard of this before. And they didn't think of that before when it happened. I almost feel bad. I'd like to actually show some of this while I'm playing, but yeah, I do have to get signed in. Anyway, please join me in the Discord. We're going to talk freeform about 9/11 conspiracy theories, facts, conjectures, whatever. I want to hear your opinions. And, oh, good. Items sold in the exchange. Ooh, nice. Nice little boost there. What do we have to do today? Complete discovery patrols. Lucari Task Force operations. Iconian Task Force destroys Zenkacy ships in space. All right. I'm going to beam up to the ship for that. Sol system. All right. Now, how familiar some people may be with some of these theories, it takes some getting used to.
Citizens of the Federation and her ally.
Nope. I'm sorry, Mr. President. But you know what? I'm going to turn that down. It's actually going to kind of options. Audio. Overall volume. Nope. Apply. Done. Alright, so we're going to go to Gonkra. Alright. Now, basically, on 9/11, we completely let our guard down. We let ourselves be lulled into a false sense of security that we were the invincible superpower, that we couldn't be touched. And on September 11th, 19 people armed with only box cutters proved just how flawed the whole system really was. I almost think that maybe we should go into the history of who the 9/11 attackers themselves were. Okay. Yeah. The hijackers in the September 11th attacks were 19 men affiliated with Al Qaeda. 15 of them were citizens of Saudi Arabia. 2 of them were from the United Arab Emirates. This is from Wikipedia. 1 from Lebanon and 1 from Egypt. The hijackers were organized into 4 teams, each led by a pilot-trained hijacker who would commandeer the flight with 3 or 4 muscle hijackers who were trained to help subdue the pilots, passengers, and crew. Each team was assigned to a different flight and given a unique target to crash their respective planes into. First hijackers to arrive in the United States were Khalid al-Midhar and Nawaf al-Hazmi, who settled in San Diego County, California in January 2000. They were followed by 3 hijacker pilots, Mohammed Atta, Marwan al-Sheheh, and Ziad Jarrah in mid-2000 to undertake flight training in South Florida. The 4th hijacker pilot, Hani Hanjour, arrived in San Diego in December 2000. The rest of the muscle hijackers arrived in early and mid-2001. Khalid al-Midhar and Nawaf al-Hamzi were both experienced and respected jihadists in the eyes of al-Qaeda leader Osama bin Laden. As for the pilots who would go on to participate in the attacks, 3 of them were original members of the Hamburg cell: Mohammed Atta, Marwan al-Sheheh, and Ziad Jarrah. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing names here, but following their training at al-Qaeda training camps in Afghanistan, they were chosen by bin Laden and al-Qaeda's military wings due to their extensive knowledge of Western culture and language skills, increasing the mission's operational security and its chance for success. The 4th intended pilot, Ramzi bin al-Shabi, a member of the Hamburg cell, was also chosen to participate in the attacks, yet was unable to obtain a visa for entry into the United States. He was later replaced by Hani Hanjour, a Saudi national. Midhar and Hamzi were also potential pilot hijackers, but did not do well in their initial pilot lessons in San Diego. Both were kept on as muscle hijackers who would help overpower the passengers and crew and allow the pilot hijackers to take control of the flights. In addition to Midhar and Hamzi, 13 other muscle hijackers were selected in late 2000 or early 2001. All were from Saudi Arabia, with the exception of Fayez Banihamad, who was from the United Arab Emirates. Okay, so the hijackers were divided into 4 groups. Mohammed Atta, his nationality is Egypt. Abdulaziz al-Omari, Walid al-Shahiri, and Satam al-Sukami were on American Airlines Flight 11. Mohammed Atta was from Egypt. The rest of the hijackers on Flight 11 were all from Saudi Arabia. On United Airlines Flight 175, the hijackers were Marwan al-Sheheh of the United Arab Emirates, Fayez Banihamad of the United Arab Emirates, and then Mohand al-Shahiri, Hamza al-Gamdi, and Ahmed al-Gamdi. All 3 of them were from Saudi Arabia. Okay, so Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates are pretty well equally represented. In fact, Saudi Arabia's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 already on this table. Hani Hanjour, Khalid Al Midhar, Majed Moked, Nawaf Al Hamzi, Salem Al Hamzi were on American Airlines Flight 77. They were all from Saudi Arabia. And then on United Airlines Flight 93, Ziad Jarrah from Lebanon, Ahmed Al Haznawi, Ahmed Al Nami, and Saeed Al Ghamdi. All three of them were from Saudi Arabia. They were on United Airlines Flight 93. And Flight 93 is the one that crashed in the field in Pennsylvania. It was the one that basically the passengers overtook the plane. And there's a sorry, I'm not trying to be I'm just overwhelmed sometimes by you forget it, you put it out of your mind. It was shocking on the day it happened, but then it hits you just as cold as it did on the day that it happened. That those people on Flight 93, they knew what was going to happen, and they did not want to see it happen, and they did their best to stop it, and they did. And they sent a message back to the terrorists that day. They said, "No, you will not destroy our spirit, because we will overtake you. Even in battle, we will overtake you." And there's a very profound quote that is on the 9/11 memorial, and it says, "No, no day shall erase you from the memory of time." And that's what I put in the YouTube comments, or in the YouTube, track information. God damn, I'm getting distracted on this. All right. I'm not even trying to play this game. Why am I kidding myself? This is not a day to play games. Anyway. So 15 of the 19 hijackers were all from Saudi Arabia. This is something, to say the least, about who should we consider is our friend and who should we consider is not our friend. I don't want to say enemy necessarily, but one may smile and be a villain. And I think that the people who want to control us do not come at us with weapons drawn on us. They come at us with promises of peace and opportunity, and all you have to do is, just give away a little bit of this and give away a little bit of that. And maybe 2020 is the kind of year of retrospective. This 2020 has already been 9/11 every day for a year. The age of the 19 hijackers, well, they were all in the youngest, three of them, the youngest were 20, one was 21, four of them were 22, one was 23 years old, three of them were 24, two of them were 25 years old, two of them were 26, one was 28, one was 29, and one was 33. I almost feel like that Wikipedia, and I'd like to try to amend that to help fix it, but to break down who exactly was among those. Okay. American Airlines on Flight 11, which hit One World Trade Center North Tower. Hijackers Mohammed Atta, Egyptian, Abdulaziz Al-Omari, Saudi Arabian, Wael Al-Shahiri, Saudi Arabian, Walid Al-Shahiri, Saudi Arabian, Satam Al-Sukami, Saudi Arabian. Oh, you know what? I can't play that. Yeah, as soon as I get done here, I'm gonna. Okay, definitely gonna go to the Wikipedia page on my laptop. So I think maybe we could actually play this and, hear this out. Maybe if people hear it on YouTube, it'll start to open some eyes. Oh, I wish Black Hydra Gaming was here. Get away, thank you. Hey, that's a nice hit. Alright. We're almost there. I hate to be distracted like this, but there we go. Oh. So we gotta hit another dreadnought as quick as possible. Fly my pretties. There's our target. Right. So as soon as we're done here, I am going to go onto the Wikipedia page. I'll play that audio. Get it ready. Gotta start pulling these out. I should have it queued up. There we go.
Is that American 11 trying to call?
Buddy. We have some planes. Just stay quiet and you'll be okay. Right heading to the airport.
And who's trying to call me here? American 11, are you trying to call?
Nobody If you try to make any move, you'll injure yourself and the airplane. Let's be quiet.
That's good. I thought you were referencing some moves.
That is Mohammed Atta. His first announcement heard by air traffic control at 8:23 p.m. or a.m. on September 11th, 2001. (8:23 Eastern). All right, we get out of here and we're going to play the second audio. I apologize if it's a little too loud, but you're hearing it exactly as you'd hear it. Oh. Okay. Actually, we'll just go ahead and cue the second one up.
Nobody move, please. Going back to the airport. Don't try to make any stupid moves.
Okay, so that was just short and to the point. I'm sorry. Two flight attendants called the American Airlines reservation desk during the hijacking. Betty Ong reported that, quote, the 5 hijackers had come from first-class seats 2A, 2B, 9A, 9C, and 9B. Flight attendant Amy Sweeney called a flight services manager at Logan Airport in Boston and described them as Middle Eastern. She gave the staff the seat numbers and they pulled up the ticket and credit card information of the hijackers, identifying Mohammed Atta. Mohammed Atta's voice was heard over the air traffic control system, broadcasting messages thought to be intended for the passengers. We have some planes. Just stay quiet and you'll be okay. We are returning to the airport. Nobody move. Everything will be okay. If you try to make any moves, you'll endanger yourselves in the airplane. Just stay quiet. Nobody move, please. We are going back to the airport. Don't try to make any stupid moves. Okay. United Airlines Flight 175, which hit 2 World Trade Center, South Tower. Hijackers Marwan al-Shahai, United Arab Emirates, Fayez Bani Hamad, United Arab Emirates, Mohand al-Shahiri, Saudi Arabian, Hamza al-Ghamdi, Saudi Arabian, Ahmed al-Ghamdi, Saudi Arabian. A United Airlines mechanic was called by a flight attendant who stated the crew had been murdered and the plane hijacked. American Airlines Flight 77, which hit the Pentagon. Hani Hanjour, Saudi Arabian. Khalid Al-Midhar, Saudi Arabian. Majid Moked, Saudi Arabian. Nawaf Al-Hamzi, Saudi Arabian. Salem Al-Hamzi, Saudi Arabian. 2 hijackers, Hani Hanjour and Maked Mujed, were identified by clerks as having bought single first-class tickets for Flight 77 from Advanced Travel Service in Totowa, New Jersey, with $1,842.25 in cash. Renee May, a flight attendant on Flight 77, used a cell phone to call her mother in Las Vegas. She said that her flight was being hijacked by 6 individuals who had moved them to the rear of the plane. Unlike the other flights, there was no report of stabbings or bomb threats. According to the 9/11 Commission report, it is possible that pilots were not stabbed to death and were sent to the rear of the plane. One of the hijackers, most likely Hanjour, announced on the intercom that the flight had been hijacked. Passengers Barbara Olson called her husband Theodore Olson, the Solicitor General of the United States, stating the flight had been hijacked and hijackers had knives and box cutters. Two of the passengers had been on the FBI terrorist alert list, Khalid al-Midhar and Nawaf al-Hamzi. Al-Midhar and Nawaf al-Hamzi flew to Los Angeles in January 2000 and later took flying lessons in San Diego, during which time they were allegedly assisted by Omar al-Bayoumi and Saudi diplomats Fahad al-Thumari and Musad Ahmad al-Jarrah. It's weird doing this on 9/11. United Airlines Flight 93, hijackers Ziad Jarrah, Lebanese, Ahmed al-Haznawi, Saudi Arabian, Ahmed al-Nami, Saudi Arabian, Saeed al-Ghamdi, Saudi Arabian. I have to quote the sources in my YouTube link eventually. All right. Let's just get this done so I can get out of here. At least go to subspace. Oh, it's a nice cloak effect. I'm going to wait until I can get this done, and then I'm going to play some more audio from the web page. Should have it right here. Good. That's out of the way. Actually, we don't even need to transwarp. We'll just leave the system. All right. Now, we're going to play some more audio here. This might be a little bit unsettling here. Viewer discretion, well, listener discretion will be advised. Okay. So, I'm going to go to the web page now. Okay. These are from Flight 93. This is a Mayday call.
So they want to switch Panama back.
Second Mayday call by First Officer Leroy Homer at... Oh, that was the first Mayday call by First Officer Leroy Homer at 09:28:17. Then second Mayday call by First Officer Leroy Homer. Oh, now I'm getting some pings. Hold on. Oh, okay, just a sec. Wow. This is the second Mayday call by First Officer Leroy Homer at 092850. And then attempts to communicate with Flight 93 after 9:28 a.m.
Morning, Cleveland, United 93 is with you at 350, intermittent light stop. United 93 checking at 350. United 93, 350, roger. United 93, that traffic to you is 1 o'clock, 12 miles eastbound 370. Negative contact, we're looking United 93. Somebody call Cleveland? United 93, verify 350. United 93, verify your flight level 350. United 93, verify your level of 350. United 93, Cleveland. United 93, Cleveland. United 93, if you're at Cleveland Center, identify, please. United 1523, did you hear your company, did you hear some interference on the frequency here a couple of minutes ago, screaming?
Yes, I did, 797, and we couldn't tell what it was either.
Okay. United 93, Cleveland, if you hear the center, identify.
An American 1060, a ditto on the other transmission.
American 1060, you heard that also?
Yes, sir, twice.
Roger, we heard that also, thanks. I just wanted to confirm there wasn't some interference.
Is that 956?
Director 956, go.
Oh, we were just answering your call. We did hear that yelling, too.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we're just trying to figure out what's going on. Calling Cleveland Center, you're unreadable. Say again slowly.
Sir, did you hear the transmission where the airplane that said he had a bomb on board?
Say again, was that United 93?
Yeah, that transmission he said was unreasonable. It sounded like someone said they have a bomb on board.
That's what we thought. We just, we didn't get it clear. Is that United 93 calling? Check at 956. That aircraft we believe was transmitting is 12 o'clock, 5 miles. Turn left heading 225. I'll get you away from him. Okay, he's climbing, so I want to keep everybody away from him.
Okay, I think we got him in sight.
So the 1989 traffic views at 11 o'clock and 15 miles southbound. 41 climbing. Looks like he's turning east by heading 360.
Here's the captain. I would like to remain seated. On the board and going back to the airport. And we have our demand. So please remain quiet.
Okay, it's United 93 calling. United 93, understand you have a bomb on board? Go ahead. Executive 956, did you understand that transmission?
Affirmative. He said there was a bomb on board.
And that was all you got out of it also?
Affirmative.
93, go ahead.
That aircraft he can't get a hold of, does he turn to the east now?
He's just turned to the east also. United 93, you hear Cleveland Center. Okay, American 1060 and Executive 956, we just lost the target on that aircraft.
Okay, 956, we had a visual on him, just stand by.
Do you have a visual on him now?
We did, but we lost him at the turn.
You can make a turn back to a 220 heading, let me know if you can see him.
Yeah, he's still there, we got him for 956.
You still there? Northwest of you about 25 miles?
Affirmative for 956.
Executive 956, lighting 180.
Hey, we're making a turn for 956, he appears to be heading right towards us.
American 1060, do you see anybody northwest of you? Can you see back that far there?
We're looking now for...
United 93, Cleveland, do you still hear the center? United 93, do you still hear Cleveland? United 93, United 903, do you hear Cleveland? United 93, United 93, Cleveland. United 93, United 93, do you hear Cleveland Center?
Do you see any activity on your right side, smoke or anything like that?
Negative, we're searching. Yeah, we do have a smoke puff now at about, probably 2 o'clock. It appears to be just a dark cloud, like a puff of black smoke.
Okay, that was the third audio clip from the attempts to communicate with Flight 93 after 9:28 a.m. Okay. Anyway, take a little pause to remind you all that you are watching KSR Fans Play Star Trek Online, and I am your host, Randolph Vance. And if you want to join me in chat, please join me on Discord in the Shuttlecraft Bay. You will see Governor Rocknar there. You just go ahead and join. All you have to do is just have your microphone on, and you're set to go. And as a reminder, we are brought to you by TriologySoaps.com. Triology soaps are some of the finest handcrafted soaps that you will ever put against your skin. And moving back on, we are going to go to the investigation before the attacks. Let me cue this up on my Mac. Okay, there we go. That's better. Before the attacks, FBI agent Robert Wright Jr. had written vigorous criticisms of FBI's alleged incompetence in investigating terrorists residing within the United States. Wright was part of the Bureau's Chicago Counterterrorism Task Force and was involved in Project Vulgar Betrayal, which was linked to Yazin al-Qadi. According to James Bamford, the NSA had picked up communications of al-Midhar and al-Hamzi back in 1999, but had been hampered by internal bureaucratic conflicts between itself and the CIA and did not do a full analysis of the information it had passed on to the agency. For example, it only passed on the first names, Nawaf and Khalid. Bamford also claims that the CIA's Alex Station, a unit assigned to bin Laden, knew that al-Midhar was planning to come to New York as far back as January 2000. Doug Miller, one of 3 FBI agents working inside the CIA station, tried to send a message, a CIR, to the FBI to alert them about this, so they could put al-Midhar on a watch list. His CIA boss, Tom Wilshire, deputy station chief, allegedly denied permission to Miller. Miller asked his associate Mark Rossini for advice. Rossini pressed Wilshire's deputy, but was rebuffed also. Bamford also claims that al-Midhar and Hamzi wound up living with Abdusattar Shaikh for a time to save money. Shaikh was coincidentally an FBI informant, but since they never acted suspiciously around him, he never reported them. The CIA Bangkok station told Alex Station that Hamzi had gone to Los Angeles. None of this information made it back to the FBI headquarters. Within minutes of the attacks, the Federal Bureau of Investigation opened the largest FBI investigation in the United States history, Operation Pentbomb, P-E-N-T-T-B-O-M. The suspects were identified within 72 hours because few made any attempts to disguise their names on flight and credit card records. They were also among the few non-U.S. citizens and nearly only passengers with Arabic names on their flights, enabling the FBI to identify them using such details as dates of birth, known or possible residences, visa status, and specific identification of the suspected pilots. On September 27, 2001, the FBI released photos of the 19 hijackers, along with information about many of their possible nationalities and aliases. The suspected hijackers were from Saudi Arabia, 15 hijackers, United Arab Emirates, 2 hijackers, Lebanon, 1 hijacker, and Egypt, 1 hijacker. The passport of Satam al-Sukami was reportedly recovered a few blocks from where the World Trade Center's Twin Towers once stood. A passerby picked it up and gave it to an NYPD detective shortly before the towers collapsed. The passports of the 2 other hijackers, Ziad Jarrah and Sahid al-Ghamdi, were recovered from the crash site of United Airlines Flight 93 in Pennsylvania, and a 4th passport, that of Abdulaziz al-Omari, was recovered from luggage that did not make it onto American Airlines Flight 11. passport of Satam al-Sukami was reportedly recovered a few blocks from where the... Okay, no, never mind. I've read that. According to the 9/11 Commission report, 26 al-Qaeda terrorist conspirators sought to enter the United States to carry out a suicide mission. In the end, the FBI reported that there were 19 hijackers in all, 5 on 3 of the flights and 4 on the 4th. On September 14th, 3 days after the attacks, the FBI announced the names of the 19 persons. After a controversy about an earlier remark, U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Janet Napolitano stated in May 2009 that the 9/11 Commission found that none of the hijackers entered the United States through Canada. At least not let me get blown up on this day. Not on this day. This is not a good day for me to die. I'm sorry. This is a day I want to live. Victory is life. Goddamn right. Speaking of, I'll get to that in a moment, as soon as I especially can get some people going in my Discord, and that way we can actually get some real back and forth going about it. But I have some theories about how maybe we're being given inside information about certain things by programs in the media. How there's a certain amount of, oh hell yes, I need that. I need that warhead chamber, or warhead yield. Anyway. Nawaf al-Hamzi and Hani Hanjour attended the Dar al-Hirja Falls Church, Virginia Islamic Center, where the Imam Anwar al-Awlaki preached in early April 2001. Through interviews with the FBI, it was discovered that Awlaki had previously met Nawaf al-Hamzi several times while the two lived in San Diego. At the time, Hamzi was living with Khalid al-Midhar, another 9/11 hijacker. The hijackers of the same plane often had very strong ties, as many of them attended schools together or lived together prior to the attack. School, I think, means flight school in this case. Hey, Lily, you want an invite to the fleet? Come on, take my mind off this. Possible cases of mistaken identity. Soon after the attacks and before the FBI had released the photos of all the hijackers, several reports claimed some of the men named as hijackers on 9/11 were alive and had their identities stolen. '20th hijacker. All right, let's talk about this. You know what? The 20th hijacker. What is he, like the fifth Beatle? Fifth Beatle from hell. Anyway, the 20th hijacker is a possible additional terrorist in the September 11th attacks of 2001 who, for whatever reason, was not able to participate. The 20th hijacker, though not present during the actual attacks, is said to have been deeply involved in the preparations. There were many variations of the 9/11 plot, with the number of terrorists fluctuating with available resources and changing circumstances. In the end, there were 19 hijackers. 3 of the planes were taken over by 5 members each, and the 4th was hijacked by 4 people. Okay. The latter plane, United Airlines Flight 93, was unsuccessful in its mission. Instead of hitting any targets in Washington, D.C., crashed into a field near Shanksville, Pennsylvania, due to resistance from passengers. Thus, the idea of a 20th hijacker came to be widely discussed. Ramzi bin al-Shabi allegedly meant to take part in the attacks and may have served as the hijacker pilot of American Airlines Flight 77. Let's save you guys. Come on. We're not gonna let you die. Oh, no. Oh, one of them. Shoot. Mohammed al-Qahtani, a Saudi Arabian citizen, is often referred to as the 20th hijacker. Jose Melendez Perez, a U.S. Immigration Inspector at Orlando International Airport, refused his entry into the United States in August 2001. He was later captured in Afghanistan and imprisoned at the U.S. military prison known as Camp X-Ray in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba. In January 2009, Susan J. Crawford asserted Qahtani's interrogation at Camp X-Ray amounted to torture. This thing's closed. Zacharias Moussaoui, a French citizen of Moroccan origin, has widely been referred to as the 20th hijacker. Moussaoui may have been considered as a replacement for Ziad Jarrah, who at one point threatened to withdraw from the scheme because of tensions amongst the plotters. Interesting. This is something I never heard before in 19 years. Jesus. I heard some fucked up shit 18 years and about 4 months later about, the Pentagon that I'm going to get into detail with. Good, we're keeping the troop transports landing. Close it. That's all I gotta say about this. A Herald Dreadnought has entered the system. Good. Get this first one out of the way. According to the BBC, Fawaz al-Nashmi claims to have been the 20th hijacker. An al-Qaeda video has been released from a U.S. intelligence organization showing al-Nashmi justifying attacks on the West. The U.S. dismissed al-Nashmi's claims as propaganda. All right. Focus. Dunsel. Focus. With the Grand Slam. Okay, that's one done. Pretty good. Damage roll out of that one. All right. Okay, so according to the BBC, Fawaz al-Nashmi is claimed to be the 20th hijacker. The U.S. dismissed al-Nashmi's claims as propaganda. He was also known as Turki bin Turkey, Turki, bin Fuhlid, Fuheid, al-Muteri, and took part in a May 29, 2004 attack on oil facilities in Khobar, Saudi Arabia. He was killed in a June 2004 shootout with Saudi Arabian security forces. The other al-Qaeda members who were allegedly attempted but were not able to take part in the attacks were Saeed al-Ghamdi, not to be confused with the successful hijacker of the same name, Tawfiq bin Atash, Ali Abdul Aziz Ali, Mushabib al-Hamlan, Abedurov, Jideh, Zakaria Esabar, Saeed Ahmad al-Zahrani, Ali Abd Ahraman, al-Fakase, al-Ghamdi, Saeed al-Baluchi, Kutabaya al-Naji, God, I'm pronouncing these right, Zuhair al-Thubatai, and Saud al-Rashi. Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, the attack's alleged mastermind, had wanted to remove at least one member, Khalid al-Midhar, from the operation, but he was overruled by Osama bin Laden. Okay, so I saw something here. So Ziad Jarrah was the one who threatened to withdraw from the plan. But it was Khalid al-Midhar who they wanted to remove from the plan. Alright, so wait a minute here. Khalid Midhar, Ziad Jarrah. Okay, wait a minute. Ziad Jarrah was on 93. And Khalid al-Midhar was on 77. Okay, so Ziad Jarrah, who threatened to leave the plan, he was from Lebanon. That's an interesting thought. But it was Khalid al-Midhar who was from Saudi Arabia. They wanted to remove him from the thing. You know what? Let's take a closer look at Khalid al-Midhar. Why not? I don't care. Susan's going to take this video down anyway. Get the truth out while I can. Khalid Muhammad Abdallah al-Midhar, also transliterated as al-Midhar, born May 16, 1975, died September 11, 2001, was a Saudi Arabian hijacker. He was one of the 5 hijackers of American Airlines Flight 77, which was flown into the Pentagon as part of the September 11th attacks. Midhar was born in Saudi Arabia and fought with the Bosnian Mujahideen during the Bosnian War of the 1990s. In early 1999, he traveled to Afghanistan where, as an experienced and respected jihadist, he was selected by Osama bin Laden to participate in the attacks. Midhar arrived in California with fellow hijacker Nawaf al-Hamzi in January 2001 after traveling to Malaysia for the Kuala Lumpur Al-Qaeda Summit. At this point, the CIA was aware of Midhar, and he was photographed in Malaysia with another Al-Qaeda member who was involved in the USS Cole bombing. The CIA did not inform the FBI when it had learned that Midhar and Hamzi had entered the United States, and Midhar was not placed on any watch lists until late August 2001. He arrived in California in January 2000, while Clinton was still in office. Well, yeah, you have to say it for what it is. Clinton was still in office in 2000. And the CIA chose not to tell the FBI on whose instructions. Upon arriving in San Diego County, California, Midhar and Hamzi were to train as pilots but spoke English poorly and did not do well with flight lessons. Okay, so that's probably a good reason why you want to get him off the team, is because if he can't speak English, and he can't fly a plane, he's really not of any use to the team. In June 2000, Midhar left the United States for Yemen, leaving Hamzi behind in San Diego. Midhar spent some time in Afghanistan in early 2001 and returned to the United States in early July 2001. He stayed in New Jersey in July and August before arriving in the Washington, D.C. area at the beginning of September. On the morning of September 11, 2001, Midhar boarded American Airlines Flight 77, which was hijacked approximately 30 minutes after takeoff. The plane was deliberately crashed into the Pentagon, killing all 64 people aboard the flight, along with 125 on the ground. Al-Midhar was born on May 16, 1975, in Mecca, Saudi Arabia, to a prominent family related to the Quraysh tribe of Mecca. Little is known about his life before the age of 20, where he and childhood friend Nawaf al-Hamzi went to Bosnia and Herzegovina to fight with the Mujahideen in the Bosnian War. After the war, Midhar and Hamzi went to Afghanistan, where they fought alongside the Taliban against the Northern Alliance, and Al-Qaeda would later dub Hamzi his second in command. In 1997, Midhar told his family that he was leaving to fight in Chechnya, though it is not certain that he actually went to Chechnya. The same year, both men attracted the attention of Saudi intelligence, who believed they were involved in arms smuggling, and the following year they were eyed as possible collaborators in the 1998 United States Embassy bombings in East Africa, after it emerged that Mohammed Rashid Daoud al-Awalihi had given the FBI the phone number of Midhar's father-in-law. Oh, shit, it actually has the number here. Okay, obviously can't reveal it, but, trust me, they gave out the number, which turned out to be a key communications hub for Al-Qaeda militants, and eventually tipped off the Americans about the upcoming Kuala Lumpur Al-Qaeda summit. Aha! His father-in-law, Is it possible that Midhar was working for us? Weird thought. But they wanted to get rid of him because they might have, suspected him to be a plant. Although he doesn't speak English well. That can be easily faked. want to definitely talk about Jose Padilla. Jose Padilla, the suspect number 2 from Oklahoma City, which you look at his background. I'll talk about that here in a sec. But continuing on Khalid al-Midhari. In the late 1990s, Midhar married Hoda al-Hada, who was the sister of a comrade from Yemen, and they had 2 daughters. Through marriage, Midhar was related to a number of individuals involved with al-Qaeda in some way. Midhar's father-in-law, Ahmad Mohammed Ali al-Hada, helped facilitate al-Qaeda communications in Yemen. And in late 2001, Midhar's brother-in-law, Ahmed al-Darbi, was captured in Azerbaijan and sent to Guantanamo Bay on charges of supporting a plot to bomb ships in the Strait of Hormuz. In spring 1999, al-Qaeda founder Osama bin Laden committed to support the 9/11 attacks plot, which was largely organized by prominent al-Qaeda member Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. Midhar and Hamzi were among the first group of participants selected for the operation, along with Tawfiq bin Atash and Abu Bara al-Yemeni, al-Qaeda members from Yemen. Midhar, who had spent time in al-Qaeda camps in the 1990s, was known and highly regarded by bin Laden. Midhar was so eager to participate in jihad operations in the United States that he had already obtained a 1-year B1/B2 tourist/business multiple entry visa from the consulate in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, on April 7, 1999, one day after obtaining a new passport. Midhar listed the Los Angeles Sheraton as his intended destination. Once selected, Midhar and Hamzi were sent to the Mes Anyak training camp in Afghanistan. In late 1999, Hamzi, Atash, and Yemeni went to Karachi, Pakistan to see Muhammad, who instructed them on Western culture and travel. However, Midhar did not go to Karachi, instead returning to Yemen. He was known as Sinan during the preparations. I hate trying to do 4 things at once. This is definitely 5. Gateway's opening all over the damn place. I don't care. Once selected, Midhar. Okay, yeah. 2000, Malaysia Summit. The CIA was aware of Midhar and Hamzi's involvement with al-Qaeda, having been informed by Saudi intelligence during a 1999 meeting in Riyadh. Based on information uncovered by the FBI in the 1998 United States Embassy bombings case, the National Security Agency began tracking the communications of Hada, Midhar's father-in-law. In late 1999, the NSA informed the CIA of an upcoming meeting in Malaysia, which Hada mentioned would involve Khalid, Nawaf, and Salim, who was Hamzi's younger brother, Salim al-Hamzi. On January 4, 2000, Midhar left Yemen and flew to Dubai, United Arab Emirates, where he spent the night. The CIA broke into his hotel room and photocopied his passport, which gave them his full name, birth information, and passport number for the first time, and alerted them that he held an entry visa into the United States. The photocopy was sent to CIA's Alex station, which was tracking al-Qaeda. On January 5, 2000, Midhar traveled to Kuala Lumpur, where he joined Hamzi, Atash, and Yemeni, who were all arriving from Pakistan. Hamburg cell member Ramzi bin al-Shabi was also at the summit, and Mohammed possibly attended. The group was in Malaysia to meet with Hambali, the leader of Jemaah Islamiyah, an Asian al-Qaeda affiliate. During the Kuala Lumpur al-Qaeda summit, many key details of the 9/11 attacks may have been arranged. At the time, the attacks plot had an additional component involving hijacking aircraft in Asia, as well as the United States. Attash and Yemeni were slated for this part of the plot. However, it was later canceled by bin Laden for being too difficult to coordinate with United States operations. In Malaysia, the group stayed with Yazid Sufat, a local Jamaah Islamiyah member who had provided accommodations at Hambali's request. Both Midar and Hamzi were secretly photographed at the meeting by Malaysian authorities, whom the CIA had asked to provide surveillance. The Malaysians reported that Midar spoke at length with Attash and he met with Fahd al-Qusso and others who were later involved in the USS Cole bombing. After the meeting, Midar and Hamzi traveled to Bangkok, Thailand, and on January 8th and left a week later on January 15th for the United States. On January 15th, 2000, Midar and Hamzi arrived at Los Angeles International Airport from Bangkok and were admitted as tourists for a period of 6 months. Immediately after entering the country, Midar and Hamzi met Omar al-Bayoumi in an airport restaurant. Bayoumi claimed he was merely being charitable in assisting the two seemingly out-of-place Muslims with moving to San Diego, where he helped them find an apartment near his own, co-signed the lease, and gave them $1,500 to help pay their rent. Mohammed later claimed that he suggested San Diego as their destination based on information gleaned from a San Diego phone book that listed language and flight schools. Mohammed also recommended that the two seek assistance from the local Muslim community since neither spoke English nor had experience with Western culture. Okay, so you have two people fresh off of the boat and do not speak one lick of English. And they are here from Bangkok in the United States, allowed for 6 months on their visa. Okay, never mind. Get this over with. Don't let me blow up at all, please. Yes, this is not a good day to die. Nice. That was a good run. Whew. As a reminder, you are watching KSR Fans Play Star Trek Online, and I'm your host, Randolph Vance. And this is a very special and very real episode on a September 11th in 2020 that for everyone who has survived 2020, hell, maybe I should put out t-shirts saying I'm almost survived 2020. Anyway, continuing. While in San Diego, witnesses told the FBI that he and Hamzi had a close relationship with Anwar al-Awlaki, an imam who served as their spiritual advisor. Bukhari Task Force Operations. No. Don't mark on. I want to do that one. That's easier. Authorities say the two regularly attended the Masjid Ar-Ribat al-Islami Mosque al-Waki led in San Diego, and al-Waki had many closed-door meetings with them, which led investigators to believe al-Waki knew about the 9/11 attacks in advance. In early February 2000, Midhar and Hamzi rented an apartment at the Parkwood Apartments complex in the Claremont Mesa area of San Diego, and Midhar purchased a used 1988 Toyota Corolla. Neighbors thought that Midhar and Hamzi were odd because months passed without the men getting any furniture, and they slept on mattresses on the floor, yet they carried briefcases, were frequently on their mobile phones, and were occasionally picked up by a limousine. Those who met Midhar in San Diego described him as dark and brooding with a disdain for American culture. Neighbors also said that the pair constantly played flight simulator games. Jesus. Midhar and Hamzi took flight lessons on May 5, 2000 at the Sorby Flying Club in San Diego, with Midhar flying an aircraft for 42 minutes. They took additional lessons on May 10th. However, with poor English skills, they did not do well with flight lessons. Midhar and Hamzi raised some suspicion when they offered extra money to their flight instructor, Richard Garza, if he would train them to fly jets. Garza refused the offer but did not report them to authorities. After the 9/11 attacks, Garza described the two men as impatient students who wanted to learn to fly jets, specifically Boeings. Return to Yemen. Midhar and Hamzi moved out of the Parkwood Apartments at the end of May 2000, and Midhar transferred registration for the Toyota Corolla to Hamzi. On June 10, 2000, Midhar left the United States and returned to Yemen to visit his wife, against the wishes of Mohammed, who wanted him to remain in the United States to help Hamzi adapt. Mohammed was so angered by this that he decided to remove Midhar from the 9/11 plot, but he was overruled by bin Laden. Midhar remained part of the plot as a muscle hijacker who would help take over the aircraft. On October 12, 2000, the USS Cole was bombed by a small boat laden with explosives. After the bombing, Yemeni Prime Minister Abdul Karim al-Irani reported that Midhar had been one of the key planners of the attack and had been in the country at the time of the attacks. In late 2000, Midhar was back in Saudi Arabia, staying with a cousin in Mecca. Continuing. 2001. In February 2001, Midhar returned to Afghanistan for several months, possibly entering across the Iranian border after a flight from Syria. FBI Director Robert Mueller later stated his belief that Midhar served as the coordinator and organizer for the muscle hijackers. He was the last of the muscle hijackers to return to the United States. On June 10th, he returned to Saudi Arabia for a month, where he applied to re-enter the United States through the Visa Express program. Focus a moment, sorry. Indicating that he intended to stay at a Marriott hotel in New York City. On his visa application, Midhar falsely stated that he never previously traveled to the United States. On July 4th, Midhar returned to the United States, arriving at New York City's John F. Kennedy International Airport using a new passport obtained the previous month. A digital copy of one of Midhar's passports was later recovered during a search of an al-Qaeda safe house in Afghanistan, which held indicators such as fake or altered passport stamps that Midhar was a member of a known terrorist group. At the time when Midhar was admitted to the United States, immigration inspectors had not been trained to look for such indicators. Upon arriving, Midhar did not check into the Marriott, but instead spent a night at another hotel in the city. Midhar bought a fake ID on July 10th from All Services Plus in Passaic County, New Jersey, which was in the business of selling counterfeit documents, including another ID to Flight 11 hijacker Abdulaziz Al-Omari. On August 1st, Midar and fellow Flight 77 hijacker Hani Hanjour drove to Virginia in order to obtain driver's licenses. Once they arrived, they scouted out a 7-Eleven convenience store and a dollar store in Falls Church and found two Salvadorian immigrants who, for $50 each, were willing to vouch for Midar and Hanjour as being Virginian residents. With notarized residency forms, Midar and Hanjour were able to obtain driver's licenses at a Virginia motor vehicle office. Flight 77 hijackers Salim Al-Hamzi and Majid Moked and United Airlines Flight 93 hijacker Ziad Jarrah used the same addresses obtained from the Salvadorians to obtain Virginian driver's licenses. Okay. Sorry, I gotta focus for a moment on this. In August 2001, Midar and Hamzi made several visits to the library at William Patterson University in Wayne, New Jersey, where they used computers to look up travel information and book flights. On August 22nd, Midar and Hamzi tried to purchase flight tickets from the American Airlines online ticket merchant but had technical difficulties and gave up. Midar and Moked were able to make flight reservations for Flight 77 on August 25th using Moked's credit card. However, the transaction did not fully go through because the billing address and the shipment address for the tickets did not match. On August 31st, Midar closed an account at Hudson United Bank in New Jersey, having opened the account when he arrived in July, and was with Hanjour when he made a withdrawal from an ATM in Patterson on September 1st. The next day, Midar, Moked, and Hanjour traveled to Maryland, where they stayed at budget motels in Laurel. Midar was among the muscle hijackers who worked out at a Gold's Gym in Greenbelt in early September. On September 5th, Midar and Moked went to the American Airlines ticket counter at the Baltimore-Washington International Airport to pick up their tickets for Flight 77, paying $2,300 in cash. Intelligence leads. Midar was placed on a CIA watch list on August 21, 2001, and a note was sent on August 23 to the Department of State and Immigration and Naturalization Services, suggesting that Midar and Hamzi be added to their watch list. The Federal Aviation Administration was not notified about the two men. On August 23, the CIA informed the FBI that Midar had obtained a U.S. visa in Jeddah. The FBI headquarters received a copy of the Visa Express application form from the Jeddah Embassy on August 24th, showing the New York Marriott as Midar's destination. On August 28th, the FBI New York field office requested that a criminal case be opened to determine whether Midar was still in the United States, but the request was refused. The FBI ended up treating Midar as an intelligence case, which meant the FBI's criminal investigators could not work on the case due to the barrier separating intelligence and criminal case operations. An agent in the New York office sent an email to FBI headquarters saying, quote, "Whatever has happened to this, someday someone will die and the public will not understand why we were not more effective and throwing every resource we had at certain, quote, problems." The reply from headquarters was, quote, "We, at headquarters, are all frustrated with this issue." These are the rules. NSLU does not make them up. NSLU. National Security Law Unit. That's part of the American Federal Bureau of Investigations. Oh, interesting. I've never heard of that before. The FBI contacted Marriott on August 30th, requesting that they check guest records, and on September 5th, they reported that no Marriott hotels had any record of Midhar checking in. The day before the attacks, Robert Fuller of the New York office requested that the Los Angeles FBI check all local Sheraton hotels, as well as Lufthansa and United Airlines bookings, because those were the two airlines Midhar had used to enter the country. Neither the Treasury Department's Financial Crimes Enforcement Network nor the FBI's Financial Review Group, which have access to credit card and other private financial records, were notified about Midhar prior to September 11th. Regarding the CIA's refusal to inform the FBI about Midhar and Hamzi, author Lawrence Wright suggests the CIA wanted to protect its turf and was concerned about giving sensitive intelligence to FBI agent John P. O'Neill, who Alex Station Chief Michael Schuer had described as duplicitous. Wright also speculates that the CIA may have been protecting intelligence operations overseas and might have been eyeing Midhar and Hamzi as recruitment targets to obtain intelligence on al-Qaeda, though the CIA was not authorized to operate in the United States and might have been leaving them for Saudi intelligence to recruit. On September 10, 2001, Midhar and the other hijackers checked into the Marriott Residence Inn in Herndon, Virginia, near Washington Dulles International Airport. Saleh ibn Abdul Rahman Hussain, a prominent Saudi Arabian government official, was staying at the same hotel that night, although there is no evidence that they met or knew of each other's presence. At 6:22 a.m. on September 11, 2001, the group checked out of the hotel and headed to Dulles Airport. At 7:15 a.m., Midhar and Moked checked in at the American Airlines ticket counter and arrived at the passenger security checkpoint at 7:20 a.m. Both men set off the metal detector and were put through secondary screening. Security video footage later released showed Moked was wanded, but the screener did not identify what set off the alarm, and both Moked and Midhar were able to proceed without further hindrance. Midhar was also selected by the computer-assisted passenger pre-screening system, which involved extra screenings of his luggage. However, because Midhar did not check any luggage, this had no effect. By 7:50 a.m., Midhar and the other hijackers carrying knives and box cutters had made it through the airport security checkpoint and boarded Flight 77 to Los Angeles. Midhar was seated in seat 12B next to Moked. The flight was scheduled to depart from gate D26 at 8:10 a.m. was delayed by 10 minutes. The last routine radio communications from the plane to air traffic control occurred at 8:51 a.m. At 8:54 a.m., Flight 77 deviated from its assigned flight path and began to turn south, at which point the hijackers set the flight's autopilot setting for Washington, D.C. Passenger Barbara Olson called her husband, United States Solicitor General Ted Olson, whose 61st birthday was on that day. Oh, God damn. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, my God. You almost have to pause for a second. It just hits you like a ton of bricks. And reported that the plane had been hijacked. At 9:37:45 a.m., Flight 77 crashed into the west facade of the Pentagon, killing all 64 people aboard, along with 125 in the Pentagon. In the recovery process, remains of the 5 hijackers were identified through a process of elimination, since their DNA did not match any from the victims, and put into the custody of the FBI. After the attacks, the identification of Midhar was one of the first links, suggesting that bin Laden had played a role in their organization. Since Midhar had been seen at the Malaysian conference speaking to bin Laden's associates, the FBI interrogated Kuso, who was arrested following the USS Cole bombing and in custody in Yemen. Kuso was able to identify Midhar, Hamzi, and Natash in photos provided by the FBI, and he also knew Marwan al-Shahi, a hijacker aboard United Airlines Flight 175. From Kuso, the FBI was able to establish an al-Qaeda link to the attacks. On September 12, 2001, the Toyota Corolla purchased by Midhar was found at Dulles International Airport's hourly parking lot. Inside the vehicle, authorities found a letter written by Mohammed Atta, a hijacker aboard American Airlines Flight 11, maps of Washington, D.C. and New York City, a cashier's check made out to a Phoenix, Arizona flight school, 4 drawings of a Boeing 757 cockpit, a box cutter, and a page with notes and phone numbers, which contained evidence that led investigators to San Diego. On September 19, 2001, the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation distributed a special alert that listed Midhar as still alive, and other reports began suggesting that a number of the alleged hijackers were likewise still alive. For instance, on September 23, 2001, the BBC published an article that suggested Midhar and others named as hijackers were still at large. The German magazine Der Spiegel later investigated the BBC's claims of, quote, living hijackers and reported they were cases of mistaken identities. I guess I have to head over to Donato County. In 2002, Saudi Arabian officials stated that the names of the hijackers were correct and that 15 of the 19 hijackers were Saudi Arabian. In 2006, in response to 9/11 conspiracy theories surrounding its original news story, the BBC said that confusion had arisen with the common Arabic names and that its later reports on the hijackers superseded its original story. In 2005, U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel Anthony Schaefer and Congressman Kurt Weldon alleged that the Defense Department data mining project, Able Danger, identified Midhar, Hamzi, Shahei, and Atta as members of a Brooklyn-based al-Qaeda cell in early 2000. Schaefer largely based his allegations on the recollections of Navy Captain Scott Philpott, who later recanted his recollection, telling investigators that he was, quote, convinced that Atta was not on the chart that we had, end quote. Philpott said that Schaefer was, quote, relying on my recollection 100%, quote, and the Defense Department's Inspector General had reported report indicated Philpott strongly supported the social network analysis techniques used to enable danger and might have exaggerated claims of identifying the hijackers. Are you going to transport there or not? There, we'll take that. Okay, so that finishes the article on Khalid al-Midhar. Guess we have to head to the briar patch. You know what? Ironic. You know what? With all this Black Lives Matter going on, the fact that Star Trek Online has overlooked the briar patch is itself a weird anomaly. Let's just call it. What do you suppose they'll have to retroactively rename this, Paramount and CBS? Suppose they'll have to call it something like the Hot Zone, or I don't know what. Let's get back to the 20th hijacker. Okay, so that actually finishes also the 20th hijacker thread. Honestly, I don't care about Metreon gas. We're going to blow it all up. Could try to assimilate it. I actually kind of think it's funny that you can assimilate Metreon gas and turn it into a ship. It's a crude assimilated ship made out of Metreon gas. Oh, that'll be interesting. Let's deploy a satellite and pull Metreon gas closer. That'll be fun. That actually finishes hijackers in the September 11th thread on Wikipedia, too. Huh. Well, I guess as a reminder, you are watching KSR Fans Play Star Trek Online, and I'm your host, Randolph Vance, and this is a very special and deep episode of this show on a very special day. And it is brought to you by TriologySoaps.com. Triology soaps are the finest handcrafted soaps you'll ever put against your skin. I've just been blowing up Metreon gas. I haven't even focused on the objective. Oh, that's weird how that little asteroid just kind of made that little face like that. You ever heard of a thing called pareidoia? P-A-R-E-I-D-O-I-A. That's where you actually see faces in things. Yeah, that's what it's called. If you never knew that, that's what they call that phenomena. It's called pareidoia. Come on, I want to assimilate some Metreon gas. Get something out of this twisted. Well, we can go back, I think, to conspiracy theories. One of the conspiracy theories that was present during a few months after the attacks was that of the Pentagon being hit not by an airplane but by a truck bomb. And I have to say at first that it is a very, very convincing argument. If you look this up, there's a website. I don't know if it's still around or not. I'll actually try to, if I can, I'll find a link to it and throw it in the description about Find the Boeing. But at the time, when it's just months after the attacks and your feelings are still kind of raw and you're still trying to process everything, you look to things to make sense. So the Find the Boeing webpage, I'd actually like to show that on screen. Watch it, Mokai attack ships just dropped out of warp. Great. Alright. One thing I found is if you just detonate all this Metreon gas, you just get it out of the way. Don't worry about it, really. Because if your shields are strong enough, even if they're deliberately underpowered like my ship is, you can actually hold up pretty well. There are many conspiracy theories that attribute the planning and execution of the September 11th attacks against the United States to parties other than or in addition to Al-Qaeda, including that there was advanced knowledge of the attacks among high-level government officials. Government investigations and independent reviews have rejected these theories. Proponents of these theories assert that there are inconsistencies in the commonly accepted version or evidence that was either ignored or overlooked. The most prominent conspiracy is that the collapse of Twin Towers and 7 World Trade Center were the result of controlled demolitions rather than structural failure due to impact and fire. Another prominent belief is that the Pentagon was hit by a missile launched by elements from within the United States government, or that a commercial airliner was allowed to do so via an effective stand-down of the American military. Possible motives claimed by conspiracy theorists for such actions, including justifying the invasions of Afghanistan and Iraq, even though the United States government concluded Iraq was not involved in the attacks, to advance their geostrategic interests, such as plans to construct a natural gas pipeline through Afghanistan. Other conspiracy theories revolve around authorities having advanced knowledge of the attacks and deliberately ignoring or assisting the attackers. The National Institute of Standards and Technology and the technology magazine Popular Mechanics have investigated and rejected the claims made by 9/11's conspiracy theorists. The 9/11 Commission and most of the civil engineering community accepts that the impacts of jet aircraft at high speeds in combination with subsequent fires, not controlled demolition, led to the collapse of the Twin Towers, but some groups, including architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth, disagree with the arguments made by NIST and Popular Mechanics. Well, it happened to happen. I was going to have to get blown up sooner or later. I don't. 9/11 conspiracy theorists reject one or both of the following facts about the 9/11 attacks. Al-Qaeda suicide operatives hijacked and crashed United Airlines Flight 175 and American Airlines Flight 11 into the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center and crashed American Airlines Flight 77 into the Pentagon. The impact and resulting fires caused the collapse of the Twin Towers and the destruction and damage of other buildings in the World Trade Center complex. Alright, good. I can actually neutralize some Metreon gas. Get this thing over with. Let's just go in Leroy Jenkins style. This plant, why the hell not? At least I still have chicken. Oh, nice. Photon mine launcher. That'll be a good. Oh, it blew up again. Never mind. The Pentagon was severely damaged by the impact of the airliner and the resulting fire. The hijackers also crashed a fourth plane into a field near Shanksville, Pennsylvania, after the passengers and flight crew attempted to regain control of the aircraft. Pre-attack warnings of varying detail of the planned attacks against the United States by al-Qaeda were ignored due to a lack of communication between various law enforcement and intelligence personnel. For the lack of interagency communication, the 9/11 report cited bureaucratic inertia and laws passed in the 1970s to prevent abuses that caused scandals during that era, including, most notably, the Watergate scandal. The report faulted both the Clinton and the Bush administrations with, quote, failure of imagination. Oh, we're actually full up. All right, we need to start getting rid of some stuff. I have to come back to this in a sec. Failure of imagination, that's an interesting phrase. You know what? You talk about, the YouTube streamer failure, but this is kind of an interesting take on failure. Failure of imagination, what exactly does that entail? A failure of imagination is a circumstance wherein something seemingly predictable, particularly from hindsight, and undesirable was not planned for. The field of epistemology studies knowledge and human understanding and failures of understanding. Failure of imagination is related to unknown unknowns and black swan theory, used by Nassim Taleb in his 2007 book, The Black Swan, describing unexpected or unprecedented incidents with significant negative impact, with Russell's teapot as counterpoint. Failure of imagination is invoked as a reason that intelligence agencies such as the Central Intelligence Agency and the NSA failed to prevent the September 11th attacks. During the summer of 2003, after the now declassified report about the September 11th attack, many government officials, such as Senator Bob Graham, began to make criticisms that the September 11th attacks... Focus for a moment. I'll read this paragraph back in a moment. Let's just get this over with. Yes, it's done. Apologize for my neighbors outside, if you heard that. Okay, so during the summer of 2003, after the now declassified report about the September 11th attack, many government officials, such as Senator Bob Graham, began to make criticisms that the September 11th attack might have easily been predicted and even prevented. Following these criticisms, President Bush declassified the August 6, 2001 President's Daily Brief, Bin Laden determined to strike in the United States, which indicated that hijackings might be one possible mode of attack. Interesting, I almost think we can read this. All right, let's do a little cleanup for the moment. Because I got a lot of stuff to salvage and get rid of. No. Okay. Apologize for the silence. Just need kind of a moment to get things in order here. All right. All right, let's head over to Donato County and get that over with. President's Daily Brief is a brief of important classified information on national security collected by various U.S. intelligence agencies given to the President and a select group of senior officials. On August 6, 2001, the Central Intelligence Agency delivered a President's Daily Brief to President Bush, who was vacationing at his ranch in Crawford, Texas. President Bush's response of, quote, "All right, you've covered your ass," has been erroneously linked to this presidential daily briefing. This response, however, came from a separate PDB linked to bin Laden from several months earlier. During 2001, CIA analysts produced several reports of warning of imminent attacks by bin Laden and al-Qaeda. Senior officials, including Vice President Dick Cheney and staff from Donald Rumsfeld's office at the Department of Defense, questioned whether these reports might not be deception on the part of al-Qaeda, purposely designed to needlessly expend resources in response. Okay, so their concern was that this was basically a boy crying wolf, and, that they were, trying to distract and run decoy. Kind of focus for a second here. After reevaluating the legitimate risks of these recent reports, CIA analysts produced a report titled UBL, Osama bin Laden, Threats Are Real. It was after this report that the president gave that now infamous response. The content of the memo was kept secret, as with all but a handful of presidential daily briefings, until it was leaked in 2002. CBS Evening News reported on the document on May 15th. The PDB was declassified and approved for release to the 9/11 Commission on April 10, 2004, and reported in the 9/11 Commission report on July 22, 2004. According to the National Security Archive, President Bush was the first sitting president to release a presidential daily briefing to the public. In response to accusations that the administration failed to act on the contents of the briefing, U.S. Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice and General Richard Myers emphasized that the CIA's presidential daily briefing did not warn the president of a specific new threat, but, quote, contained historical information based on old reporting. In response to accusations that the administration had failed to act on the contents of the briefing, President Bush later claimed that if he, quote, had any inkling whatsoever that the people were going to fly airplanes into buildings, we would have moved heaven and earth to save the country. The North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD, conducted a training exercise in the 2 years prior to September 11, 2001, in which it simulated a civilian airliner being hijacked and used as a missile to crash into buildings into the United States, including the World Trade Center. In October 2000, the U.S. Department of Defense had conducted exercises rehearsing a plane crashing into the Pentagon. The National Reconnaissance Office had scheduled an exercise for September 11, 2001, simulating the crash of a jet into one of its own buildings in Northern Virginia. That's really kind of weirdly creepy and coincidental that the National Reconnaissance Office actually scheduled a practice run, kind of like a terrorist, drill, like a fire drill in school, on the day that it actually happened. Now you wonder if kind of signals might have gotten crossed and maybe that building in Northern Virginia might have been evacuated. I don't see it as an outside of the realm of possibility. I certainly see it as happening. You look at the Los Angeles version of the World Trade Center, the two twin towers, but they're kind of triangular, not square. Those were evacuated on that day. That's where the Los Angeles Medical Center has its offices, and former Price is Right announcer host, Rod Roddy, was diagnosed with colon cancer on that day. And that's a weird double whammy to be diagnosed with colon cancer and to have to evacuate the building along with your bowels because of something going on the other half of the country. Wow. So, continuing failure of imagination. After the attacks, representatives of the Bush administration claimed in early 2004 that, quote, nobody could have imagined that hijackers would intentionally crash. Hijackers usually want to live. To the contrary, the apparently intentional crash of EgyptAir Flight 990 by its co-pilot on December 31st, 1999, and a similar intentional crash of PSA Flight 1771 by a disgruntled former airline employee on December 7, 1987, and especially the case of AFR 8969, Air France Flight 8969. Okay. We'll discuss that in a moment. Offered precedents that indicated otherwise. Prior to the 9/11 attacks, a number of foreign nationals were taking pilot training in the U.S. and raised suspicion by being uninterested in learning how to land safely. Well, I think that actually should be your first lesson is, I think that probably is going to be, if you go to flight schools now, they're going to say, okay, you're going to learn how to land the plane first. Oh, you don't want to learn how to land the plane? Okay, we'll send your name to the FBI. And I would have no qualms with that if flight schools would just be a little bit more forthcoming about who is training. And there is something I want to kind of bring up in terms of will to live or willingness to die for a cause. And that goes all the way back to episodes of Star Trek Deep Space Nine, the Jem'Hadar, where the Federation crosses into the delta, or crosses into the Alpha Quadrant. Well, from the Alpha Quadrant to the Gamma Quadrant, rather, and is encountering Jem'Hadar fighters intentionally crashing their ships into a Federation Galaxy-class starship. And the few runabouts and escape pods that manage to get away are just amazed at the Jem'Hadar's willingness to die to take out the Federation. And I think that may have been some writer at Star Trek's attempt at a warning to the rest of the public. Star Trek often is a mirror for what goes on in our real world. And I think that there are several episodes of Star Trek Deep Space Nine that actually kind of were trying to warn or prepare us for things like the September 11th attacks, planes being deliberately used as weapons. The 9/11 Commission found that this failure to connect the dots and imagine what was being planned was an important contributing factor to the September 11th attacks, stating the most important failure concerning the 9/11 attacks was one of imagination. So, going back to 9/11 conspiracy theories, the consensus view is backed by various sources, including reports from government investigations, 9/11 Commission report that incorporated intelligence information from the earlier FBI investigation, Pent Bomb, and the Joint Inquiry of 2002. What does Pent Bomb stand for? Code name. It's just a Pentagon Twin Towers bombing investigation. Okay, that makes more sense. And the Joint Inquiry of 2002 and the studies into building performances carried out by the Federal Emergency Management Authority, FEMA, and the National Institute of Standards and Technology. Investigations by non-government organizations that support the accepted account, such as those by scientists at Purdue University. Articles supporting these facts and theories appearing in magazines such as Popular Mechanics, Scientific American, and Time. Similar articles in news media throughout the world, including the Times of India and the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, the BBC, Le Monde, Deutsche Welle, the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, and the Chosun Ilbo of South Korea. Didn't leave anything behind. Let's go ahead and depart. Since the attacks, a variety of conspiracy theories have been put forward in websites, books, and films. One of which I will show you. I will actually make a point to try to show you on that. Okay. Hmm. Current system, huh? Okay. Okay, so since the attacks, a variety of conspiracy theories have been put forward in websites, books, and films. Many groups and individuals advocating 9/11 conspiracy theories identify as part of the 9/11 truth movement. I don't know. I would say that years ago I would have had to have identified as a 9/11 truther. I guess I still want the truth. Everybody wants the truth. Question is that, are you going to be willing to accept it, whatever the truth may be? The official report is always that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone and fired from the Texas Book Depository, and yet conspiracy theories are never going to be silenced about that. Within 6 hours of the attack, a suggestion appeared on an internet chat room suggesting that the collapse of the towers looked like an act of controlled demolition. Quote, "If in a few days not one official has mentioned anything about the controlled demolition part," quote, the author wrote, "I think we have a really serious problem." My ship's damaged. Let's fix you up. That's right, get projectile launcher damage. So you're going to let us control the current system? Thank you. The first theories that emerged focused primarily on various perceived anomalies in the public available evidence, and proponents later developed more specific theories about an alleged plot. One false allegation that was widely circulated by email and on the web is that not a single Jew had been killed in the attack, and that therefore the attacks must have been the work of the Mossad, not Islamic terrorists. Similar email narratives claimed that all Arab taxi drivers were absent in downtown Manhattan that morning. The first elaborated theories appeared in Europe. 1 week after the attacks, the, quote, inside job theory was the subject of a thesis by a researcher from the French National Center for Scientific Research published in Le Monde. Other theories sprang from the far corners of the globe within weeks. 6 months after the attacks, Thierry Messiaen's piece on 9/11, L'effroyable imposture, topped the French bestseller list. Its publication in English as 9/11, The Big Lie received little attention, but it remains one of the principal sources for trutherism. 2003 saw the publication of The CIA and September 11th by former German State Minister Andreas von Bülow and Operation 9/11 by the German journalist Gerhard Wisniewski. Both books are published by Matthias Brokers, who was at the time an editor for German newspaper Die Oh God. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that name. Die Zeitung. Die Zeitung. I hope I pronounced that right. While these theories were popular in Europe, they were treated by the U.S. media with either bafflement or amusement, and they were dismissed by the U.S. government as the product of anti-Americanism. In address to the United Nations on November 10th, 2001, President George W. Bush denounced the emergence of, quote, outrageous conspiracy theories that attempt to shift the blame away from the terrorists themselves, away from the guilty. The 9/11 conspiracy theories started out mostly in the political left, but have broadened into what New York Magazine describes as terra incognita, where left and right meet, fusing 60s countercultural distrust with the don't tread on me variety. A certain friend of mine would probably be apt to say at this point, the 10th Amendment Center would disagree with you, Randolph! If you want to know who he was, or he is, I'll ask his permission in Facebook, but, Yeah, I guess the 10th Amendment Center really would disagree with me on that, and I'm probably apt to agree with the 10th Amendment Center at this point about all that's happened. Okay. By 2004, conspiracy theories about the September 11th attacks began to gain ground in the United States. One explanation is that the rise in popularity stemmed from the more from growing criticism of the Iraq War and the newly re-elected President George W. Bush than from any discovery of new or more compelling evidence or an improvement in the technical quality or of the presentation of the theories. All right, so basically, people are upset that Bush got re-elected. Let's blame Bush again for 9/11 and just make the conspiracy theories sound even more batshit. Oh yeah, I'm live. That's right, I am live. Got a hot mic all night. Oh good, that's Domino's. Not that I ordered it, but damn, I would love some right now. If anybody wants to PayPal me for all this research that I've been doing for you all tonight, please send a PayPal to me, randolphsvance@gmail.com. Gladly accept all Super Chat donations. Between 2004 and the 5th anniversary of the September 11th attacks in 2006, mainstream coverage of the conspiracy theories increased. The U.S. government issued a formal analysis by the National Institutes of Standards and Technology of the collapse of the World Trade Center. To address the growing publicity of the theories, the State Department revised a webpage in 2006 to debunk them. A 2006 National Security Strategy paper declared that terrorism springs from subcultures of conspiracy and misinformation. Don't blow up. There we go. And that terrorists recruit more effectively from populations whose information about the world is contaminated by falsehoods and corrupted by conspiracy theories. It makes pretty good sense, actually. Oh, blew up real good again. Damn it. Okay, so yeah, the State Department revised a web page in 2006 to debunk theories. A 2006 National Security Strategy paper declared that terrorism's... Okay. The distortions keep... Okay, so that's actually... God, my throat's giving out now. I really need something to drink. I haven't had anything all night and I'm parched. Okay, so I'm going to reread that quote again here about, terrorism springs from misinformation. Terrorists recruit more effectively from populations whose information about the world is contaminated by falsehoods and corrupted by conspiracy theories. The distortions keep alive grievances and filter out facts that would challenge popular prejudices and self-serving propaganda. Al-Qaeda has repeatedly claimed responsibility for the attacks, which Chief Deputy Ayman al-Zawahiri, accusing Shia Iran and Hezbollah of denigrating Sunni successes in hurting America by intentionally starting rumors that Israel carried out the attacks. Some of the conspiracy theories about the September 11th attacks do not involve representational strategies typical of many conspiracy theories that establish a clear dichotomy between good or evil, or good and evil, or guilty and innocent. Instead, they call up gradations of negligence and complicity. Matthias Brokers, an early proponent of such theories, dismisses the commonly accepted account of the September 11th attacks as being itself a conspiracy theory that, quote, seeks, quote, to reduce complexity, disentangle what is confusing, and explain the inexplicable. I think he's paraphrasing David Ferry, the Jim Garrison suspect in the JFK assassination. Okay, good. We got the Endeavor out of the way. Finally. I think that was the last of them. If we do, we'll be ready for them. Is there anything left over? Because I don't want to leave anything behind. Always keep the dungeon clean. We still have a lot more to go. So David Ferry had a theory that, the JFK assassination was an enigma. What was David Ferry? Yeah, let's make sure we quote right. Oh, fuck you, Warner Brothers. I would love to play this clip. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I'll just quote it. It's a mystery wrapped in a riddle inside an enigma. The fucking shooters don't even know. Don't you get it? Yeah. Still have some things left to do. To hell with honor, of course. So yeah, explain the inexplicable. That pretty much sounds like he was pretty much in a JFK binge watch mode, and he just decided that he would paraphrase David Ferry. Just before the 5th anniversary of the attacks, mainstream news outlets released a flurry of articles on the growth of 9/11 conspiracy theories, with an article in Time stating that this is not a fringe phenomenon, it is a mainstream political reality. Several surveys have included questions about beliefs related to the September 11th attacks. In 2008, 9/11 conspiracy theories topped a greatest conspiracy theory list compiled by the Daily Telegraph. The list was ranked by following and traction. In 2010, the International Center for 9/11 Studies, a private organization that is said to be sympathetic to conspiracy theories. Can you say World Anti-Communist League, boys and girls? I knew that you could. Yeah. All right. Anyway. A private organization that is said to be sympathetic to conspiracy theories successfully sued for the release of videos collected by NIST of the attacks and aftermath. Interesting. According to the German daily Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung, the videos that were published shortly before the 9th anniversary of the attacks provide, quote, new food for conspiracy explosions happening before the collapse of both of the towers, while experts consider these theories to be unreasonable. 9/11 truth figures Stephen E. Jones and Mike Berger have further added that the death of Osama bin Laden did not change their questions about the attacks nor provide closure. According to writer Jeremy Stahl, since Bush left office, the overall number of believers in 9/11 conspiracy theories has dipped, while the number of people who believe in the most radical theories has held fairly steady. Interesting way of looking at it. Types of conspiracy theories. LIHOP, L-I-H-O-P, let it happen on purpose, suggests that key individuals within the government had at least some knowledge of the attacks and deliberately ignored it, or actively weakened United States defenses to ensure the hijacked flights were not intercepted. Similar allegations were made about Pearl Harbor. MIHOP, made it happen on purpose, that key individuals within the government planned the attacks and collaborated with or framed Al-Qaeda in carrying them out. There's a range of opinions about how this might have been achieved. Others, who reject the accepted account of the September 11th attacks, are not proposing specific theories, but try to demonstrate that the U.S. government's account of the event is wrong. I guess I would fall into that kind of category, especially with, Find the Boeing. So yeah, there's some things that, at the time made really spectacular sense and now don't make any sense at all. This, according to them, would lead to a general call for a new official investigation into the events of September 11th, 2001. According to Jonathan Kay, managing editor for comment at the Canadian newspaper National Post and author of Among the Truthers, A Journey Through America's Growing Conspiracist Underground. They feel their job is to show everybody that the official theory of 9/11 is wrong. And then when everybody is convinced, then the population will rise up and demand a new investigation with government resources, and that investigation will tell us exactly what happened. I suppose that's really kind of how I felt at the time. You know, a few months after the attacks, was that, you know, I find the Boeing was the first of the conspiracy theory websites. It was really, you know, the main one that I focused on. My God, I went Christian hog wild with that shit. Made my own parody of a Jack T. Chick tract comic, which sent to a friend of mine, but I don't know if he still has it anymore, and I don't have it anymore either. At least not easily. Theories about foreknowledge. Conspiracy theorists claim that action or inaction by U.S. officials with foreknowledge was intended to ensure that the attacks took place successfully. For example, Michael Meacher, former British Environment Minister and member of Tony Blair's government, said that the United States knowingly failed to prevent the attacks. Oh boy, that's a long fucking stretch, I think, at this point now, because of what we were just outlining from all that Wikipedia garnered. Shit, I think Wikipedia is actually more on point than anything else. Suspected insider trading. Some conspiracy theorists maintain that just before 9/11, an extraordinary amount of put options were placed on United Airlines and American Airlines stocks. Hey Sam, you want to get in Discord and explain what a put option is? I'll wait to give Sam a moment here, if he's available. He's been actually doing a serious amount of research in stock trading, and tell you what, I applaud him because he's got those Tex Avery dollar signs in his eyes finally. Okay, what is a put option? I'll briefly go into it here if I can. Put options. In finance, a put or put option is a stock market instrument which gives the holder the right to sell an asset at a specified price by a specified date to the writer of the put. The purchase of a put option is interpreted as a negative sentiment about the future value of the underlying stock. The term put comes from the fact that the owner has the right to put up for sale the stock or index. I'll go back to put options here if I can, but for a moment. Oh, great, I'm full up again. Great. Great. Oh, and now I have an overflow bag to deal with. enormous amount of put options were placed on United Airlines and American Airlines stocks, and speculate that insiders may have known in advance of the coming events of 9/11 and placed their bets accordingly. I don't even think Donald Trump would have known. And I don't think, had he known, he'd have been the stupid son of a bitch who would have actually bought the stock that day. An analysis into the possibility of insider trading on 9/11 concludes that a measure of abnormal long put volume was also examined and seen to be at abnormally high levels in the days leading up to the attacks. Consequently, the paper concludes that there is evidence of unusual option market activity in the days leading up to the September 11th attacks. Hey, we finally got that done for the day. Good. In the days, paper concludes that there is evidence of unusual option market activity in the days leading up to September 11th that is consistent with investors trading on advanced knowledge of the attacks. Well, guess we have to transport back to Seoul now. This study was intended to address the, quote, great deal of speculation about whether option market activity indicated that the terrorists or their associates had traded in the days leading up to September 11th on advanced knowledge of the impending attacks. That's, yeah, okay, that makes some sense. In the days leading, okay. Just beam down to Starfleet Academy. And I'm sure we got, yeah, of course we do. Let's start doing this. In the days leading up to the 9/11 attacks, analysis shows a rise in the put-to-call ratio for United Airlines and American Airlines. The two airlines from which planes were hijacked on 9/11. Between September 6th and 7th, the Chicago Board Options Exchange recorded purchases of 4,744 put option contracts in UAL and 396 call options. On September 10th, more trading in Chicago saw the purchase of 4,516 put options in American Airlines, the other airline involved in the hijackings, with a mere 748 call options in American purchase that day. No other airline companies has unusual put-to-call ratio in the days leading up to the attacks. The 9/11 Commission concluded that all these abnormal patterns in trading were coincidental. I don't know, that doesn't sound coincidental to me. You ask me, that sounds pretty goddamn spooky that, somebody was putting that many put options on two airlines, and there was never that many put options put on it before. What was United and American Airlines corporate history up to September 10th? before they were known because of the attacks, there had to have been some reasons for those put options other than just, advanced knowledge of the attacks. I don't. Insurance companies saw anomalous trading activities as well. Citigroup Incorporated, which is estimated that its travelers insurance unit may pay $500 million in claims from the World Trade Center attack, had about 45 times the normal volume during the 3 trading days before the attack for options that profit. If the stock falls below $40. Citigroup shares fell $1.25 in late trading to $38.09. Morgan Stanley, which occupied 22 floors at the World Trade Center, experienced bigger than normal pre-attack trading of options that profited when stock prices fell. Other companies directly affected by the tragedy had similar jumps. Raytheon, a defense contractor, had an anomalously high number of call options tradings on September 10th. A Raytheon option that makes money if shares are more than $25 each had 232 options contracts traded on the day before the attacks, almost 6 times the total number of trades that had occurred before that day. The initial options were bought through at least 2 brokerage firms, including NFS, a subsidiary of Fidelity Investments, and TD Waterhouse. It was estimated that the trader or traders would have realized a $5 million profit. The Securities and Exchange Commission launched an insider trading investigation in which Osama bin Laden was a suspect after receiving information from at least one Wall Street firm. All right. Okay, so insider trading, but it's mainly to help the terrorists because it's being funded by the terrorists with their own money. The 9/11 Commission report had concluded that exhaustive investigations by the Securities and Exchange Commission, FBI, and other agencies have uncovered no other evidence that anyone with advanced knowledge of the attacks profited through securities transactions. The report further stated, quote, highly publicized allegations of insider trading in advance of 9/11 generally rest on reports of unusual pre-9/11 trading activity in companies whose stock plummeted after the attacks. Some unusual trading did in fact occur, but each such trade proved to have an innocuous explanation. For example, the volume of put options, investments that pay off only when a stock drops in price, surged in the parent companies of United Airlines on September 6th and American Airlines on September 10th. Highly suspicious trading on its face, yet further investigations have revealed that the trading had no connection with 9/11. A single U.S.-based institutional investor with no conceivable ties to al-Qaeda purchased 95% of the UAL puts on September 6 as part of a trading strategy that also included buying 115,000 shares of American on September 10th. Similarly, much of the seemingly suspicious trading in American on September 10th was traced to a specific U.S.-based options trading newsletter, faxed to its subscribers on Sunday, September 9th, which recommend these trades, rather. These examples typify the evidence examined by the investigation. The SEC and FBI, aided by other agencies and the securities industry, devoted enormous resources to investigating this issue, including the securing of the cooperation of many foreign governments. These investigators have found that these investigations have found that the apparently suspicious consistently proved innocuous. So it's basically, it's cool, yo, nothing to see here. Just normal trading, yo. Air defense stand-down theory. Okay. A common claim among conspiracy theorists is that the North American Aerospace Defense Command issued a stand-down order or deliberately scrambled fighters late to allow the hijacked airplanes to reach their targets without interference. According to this theory, NORAD had the capability of locating and intercepting planes on 9/11, and its failure to do so indicates a government conspiracy to allow the attacks to occur. Conspiracy theorist Mark R. Elsis says there is only one explanation for this. Our Air Force was ordered to stand down on 9/11. Yeah, I am familiar with that phrase. The most advanced Air Force in the world couldn't stop 4 airlines from crashing into their targets. Well, maybe if not just the FBI and CIA had cooperated, but it also shared their intelligence, possibly with NORAD and specifically the Air Force, they could have prepared for, well, they were prepared for such a contingency. The Bin Laden determined to attack in the United States presidential daily briefing exactly said that. They were running scenarios. They were thinking about how would people do such a thing with planes. So they knew about those things. But one of the first actions taken by the hijackers on 9/11 was to turn off or disable each of the 4 aircraft's onboard transponders. Without these transponder signals to identify the airplane's tail number, altitude, and speed, the hijacked airplanes would have been only blips among 4,500 other blips on NORAD's radar screens, making them very difficult to track. On 9/11, only 14 fighter jets were on alert in the contiguous 48 states. There was no automated method for the civilian air traffic controllers to alert NORAD. A passenger airline had not been hijacked in the U.S. since 1979. They had to pick up the phone and literally dial us, says Major Douglas Martin, Public Affairs Officer for NORAD. Only one civilian plane, a chartered Learjet 35 with golfer Payne Stewart and 5 others on board, was intercepted by NORAD over North America in the decade prior to 9/11, which took 1 hour and 19 minutes. Rules in effect at that time and on 9/11 barred supersonic flights on intercepts. Before 9/11, all other NORAD interceptors were limited to Offshore Air Defense Identification Zones, ADIZ. Until 9/11, there was no domestic ADIZ, says FAA spokesman Bill Schuman. After 9/11, the FAA and NORAD increased cooperation. They set up hotlines between command centers, while NORAD increased its fighter coverage and installed radar to watch airspace over the continent. The longest warning NORAD received of the hijacks was some 8 minutes for American Airlines Flight 11, the first flight hijacked. The FAA alerted NORAD to the hijacked Flight 175 at just about the same time it was crashing into the World Trade Center's South Tower. The FAA notified NORAD of the missing, not hijacked, Flight 77 3 minutes before it struck the Pentagon. NORAD received no warning of the hijack of United Flight 93 until 3 minutes after it had crashed in Pennsylvania. Israeli agents' theories. It has been claimed that Israeli agents may have had foreknowledge of the attacks, and a persistent theory claimed Israel and/or Jewish involvement. For hours after the attack, the FBI arrested 5 Israelis who had been filming the smoking skyline from the roof of a white van in the parking lot of an apartment building for, quote, puzzling behavior. The Israelis were videotaping the events, and one bystander said they acted in a suspicious manner. Quote, they were like happy, you know. They didn't look shocked to me. I thought it was very strange. Oh, if only we had had police body cams then. Oh, if only we had had police body cams to see that footage. The van was found to be owned by an Israeli-owned company called Urban Moving, which the FBI believed was providing cover for an Israeli intelligence operation. The case was then moved to the FBI's Foreign Counterintelligence Section, according to a former CIA operations chief. Many people in the United States intelligence community believe that some of the men arrested were working for Israeli intelligence. A spokesperson for the Israeli embassy in the United States said the men had not been involved in any intelligence operations in the United States. The FBI eventually concluded that the 5 Israelis probably had no foreknowledge of the attacks. I mean, I'm certainly of the opinion that they didn't have any foreknowledge of the attacks. I don't think that 5 random Jewish people, well, if it's cover for Israeli intelligence, though. World Trade Center conspiracy theories. Oh, we could almost be here all night. Just get these particles. Some nuggets of truth coming out. The plane's crashes and resulting fires caused the collapse of the World Trade Center. Controlled demolition conspiracy theories say the collapse of the North Tower, South Tower, or of 7 World Trade Center was caused by explosives installed in the buildings in advance. Demolition theory proponents, such as Brigham Young University physicist Stephen E. Jones. Oh boy, I'm going to get to something about Brigham Young here in a moment, but architect Richard Gage, software engineer Jim Hoffman, and theologian David Ray Griffin argue that the aircraft impacts and resulting fires could not have weakened the buildings sufficiently to initiate a catastrophic collapse, and that the buildings would not have collapsed completely, nor at the speeds that they did without additional factors weakening the structures. In the article, Active Thermotic Material Discovered in the Dust from the 9/11 World Trade Center Catastrophe, which appeared in the Open Chemical Physics Journal, author Niels Harrit of the University of Copenhagen's Department of Chemistry, Jeffrey Ferrer of Brigham Young University's Department of Physics and Astronomy, Stephen E. Jones, and others state that thermite and nanothermite composites in the dust and debris were found following the collapse of the 3 buildings. The article contained no scientific rebuttal, and the editor-in-chief of the publication subsequently resigned. All right. Jones has not explained how the amount of explosive needed to bring down the buildings could have been positioned in the 2 buildings without drawing attention, but mentioned efforts to research the building's maintenance activity in the weeks prior to the event. Federal investigators at the National Institutes of Standards and Technology state that the enormous quantities of thermite would have to be applied to the structural columns to damage them, but Jones disputed this, stating that he and others were investigating, quote, super thermite. I tell you what, it's such a bullshit term that Wikipedia doesn't even have a "this article will appear here soon" about it. Super thermite. Sounds like something that the Wile E. Coyote buys from Acme to try to catch the Roadrunner and burns himself to a crisp with. Super thermite. Brent Blanchard, author of A History of Explosive Demolition in America, who corresponded with Jones, states that questions about the viability of Jones' theories remain unanswered, such as the fact that no demolition personnel noticed any telltale signs of thermite during the 8 months of debris removal following the tower's collapse. Blanchard also said that a verifiable chain of possession needed to be established for the tested beams, which did not occur with the beams Jones tested, raising questions of whether the metal pieces tested could have been cut away from the debris pile with acetylene torches, shears, or other potentially contaminated equipment while on site, or exposed to trace amounts of thermite or other compounds while being handled, while in storage, or while being transferred from ground zero to memorial sites. Jones has also said that molten steel found in the rubble was evidence of explosives, as an ordinary airplane fire would not generate enough heat to produce this. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure if people go to YouTube right now, and search, "does jet fuel melt steel beams?" you'll either get one of 2 responses. One, that search will be restricted by Susan Wojcicki because she doesn't want you searching for the truth, or it's been debunked. Citing photographs of red debris being removed by construction equipment, but Blanchard said if there had been any molten steel in the rubble, any excavation equipment encountering it would have been immediately damaged. Other sampling of the pulverized dust by the United States Geological Survey and R.J. Lee did not report any evidence of thermite or explosives. It has been theorized the thermite material found was primer paint. Dave Thomas of Skeptical Inquirer magazine, noting that the residue in question was claimed to be thermotic because of its iron oxide and aluminum composition, pointed out that these substances are found in many items common to the towers. Thomas said that in order to cut through a vertical steel beam, special high-temperature containment must be added to prevent the molten iron from dropping down, and that the thermite reaction is too slow for it to be practically used in building demolition. God, I'm sorry, I'm gassy right now. Thomas pointed out that when Jesse Ventura hired New Mexico Tech to conduct a demonstration showing nanothermite slicing through a large steel beam, the nanothermite produced copious flame and smoke, but no damage to the beam, even though it was in a horizontal and therefore optimally positioned. The National Institute of Standards and Technology concluded the accepted version was more than sufficient to explain the collapse of the buildings. NIST and many scientists refuse to debate conspiracy theorists because they feel it would give those theories unwarranted credibility. Specialists in structural mechanics and structural engineering accept the model of a fire-induced, gravity-driven collapse of the World Trade Center buildings without the use of explosives. As a result, NIST said that it did not perform any test for the residue of explosive compounds of any kind in the debris. Soon after the day of the attacks, many major media sources published that the towers had collapsed due to heat melting the steel. Knowledge that the burning temperatures of jet fuel would not melt the steel support structure of the World Trade Center contributed to the belief among skeptics that the towers would not have collapsed without external interference, something other than the planes. NIST does not claim that the steel was melted, but rather that the weakened steel combined with together with the damage caused by the plane's impacts caused the collapse. NIST reports that a simulation model based on the assumption that combustible vapors burned immediately upon mixing with the incoming oxygen showed that, quote, at any given location, the duration of gas temperatures near 1,000 degrees centigrade was about 15 to 20 minutes. The rest of the time, the calculated temperatures were 500 degrees centigrade or below. Since 9/11, at least 2 steel-framed high-rise buildings have collapsed solely due to fires. The Plasco building in Tehran, Iran on January 19, 2017, and the Wilton Paes de Almeida building in Sao Paulo, Brazil on May 1, 2018. The Pentagon conspiracy theories. Political activist Thierry Mason and filmmaker Dylan Avery claimed that American Airlines Flight 77 did not crash into the Pentagon. Instead, they argue that the Pentagon was hit by a missile launched by elements from inside the United States government. Some claim that the holes in the Pentagon were far too small to have been made by a Boeing 757. Quote, how does a plane 125 feet wide and 155 feet long fit into a hole which is only 60 feet across? Okay, now we're getting into Find the Boeing. Okay, so Mason's book, L'Effroyable Imposture, published in English as 9/11 The Big Lie, became available in more than a dozen languages when released. The book was heavily criticized by both the mainstream French and American press, and later from within the 9/11 truth movement. The French newspaper Liberation called the book, quote, a tissue of wild and irresponsible allegations, entirely without foundation. Okay, so the thinking might be that the plane itself did not crash into the building itself, but the plane itself crashed into the ground just outside of the building, and then impact from that debris creates that 60-foot wide hole. And certainly a plane going that is 125 feet wide and 155 feet long, going 650 miles an hour, is pretty much going to be just incinerated upon impact. I mean, it's going to go up so fast that, it's not even really going to have time to leave an impact crater necessarily. They're not laughing because they're watching me. Well, that'd be odd if you could hear that sound of that laughter. Wow. On this long already, damn. Alright, how many park frames have we got? How many more do I need? Oh, Jesus. God. Long way to go. In response to the conspiracy theorist claim of a missile hitting the Pentagon, Mete Sozin, a professor of civil engineering at Purdue University, argues that, quote, a crashing jet doesn't punch a cartoon-like outline of itself into a reinforced concrete building. When Flight 77 hit the Pentagon, one wing hit the ground, and the other wing was sheared off by the Pentagon's load-bearing columns. According to Architecture Week, the reason the Pentagon took relatively little damage from the impact was because Wedge 1 had recently been renovated. This was part of a renovation program which had begun in the 1980s, and Wedge 1 was the first of the 5 to be renovated. Evidence contradicting some conspiracy theorists' claim of a missile hitting the Pentagon have been described by researchers within the 9/11 Truth Movement, such as Jim Hoffman, in his essay The Pentagon Attack, What the Physical Evidence Shows, and by others broadly refuting the role of other conspiracies in the attacks. The evidence refuting missile claims includes airplane debris, including Flight 77's black boxes, the nose cone, landing gear, an airplane tire, and an intact cockpit seat were observed at the crash site. The remains of passengers from Flight 77 were indeed found at the Pentagon crash site, and their identities confirmed by DNA analysis. Many eyewitnesses saw the plane strike the Pentagon. Further, Flight 77 passengers made phone calls reporting that their airplane had been hijacked. For example, passenger Renee May called her mother to tell her that the plane had been hijacked and that the passengers had been herded to the back of the plane. Another passenger named Barbara Olson had called her husband, U.S. Solicitor General Ted Olson, and said that the flight had been hijacked and that the hijackers had knives and box cutters. Some conspiracy theories say the phone calls the passengers made were fabricated by voice morphing, the passengers' bodies disposed of, and a missile fired at the Pentagon. The pressure group Judicial Watch filed a Freedom of Information Act request on December 15, 2004 to force the government to release video recordings from the Sheraton National Hotel the Nexcom Citgo gas station, the Pentagon security cameras, and the Virginia Department of Transportation. On May 16, 2006, the government released the Pentagon security cameras to Judicial Watch. The image of American Airlines Flight 77, which appears in the videos, has been described as, quote, a white blob and a white streak by the BBC. A thin white blur by the Associated Press, and a silver speck low to the ground in the Washington Post. Yeah, it is going 650 miles per hour. It's going to be a little hard for your eyes to focus on that. A sequence of 5 frames from one of the videos already appeared in the media in 2002. Some conspiracy theorists believe the new video does not answer their questions. Flight 93, conspiracy theories. The 4th plane hijacked on 9/11, United Airlines Flight 93, crashed in an open field near Shanksville, Pennsylvania, after the passengers revolted. Out of the 4 planes hijacked on that day, Flight 93 was the only one not to reach its target. One conspiracy theory surrounding this event is that Flight 93 was shot down by a U.S. fighter jet. David Ray Griffin and Alex Jones have asserted that large parts of the plane, including the main body of the engine, landed miles away from the main wreckage site, too far away for an ordinary plane crash. Jones says that planes usually leave a small debris field back to it. Jones says that planes usually leave a small debris field when they crash, and that this is not compatible with reports of wreckage found farther away from the main crash site. Well, I think you have to take into account the angle in which Flight 93 came into the ground, and how the explosion occurred. Be interesting if there was a way to do some kind of simulation about that. One person claimed that the main body of the engine was found miles away from the main wreckage site with damage comparable to that which a heat-seeking missile would do to an airliner. According to some theories, the plane had to be shot down by the government because passengers had found out about the alleged plot. According to Phil Mollet of Skeptic magazine, this claim rests largely on unsupported assertions that the main body of the engine and other large parts of the plane turned up miles away from the main wreckage site, too far away to have resulted from an ordinary crash. This claim is incorrect because the engine was found only 300 yards from the main crash site, and its location was consistent with the direction in which the plane had been traveling. Michael K. Hines, an airline accident expert who investigated the crash of TWA Flight 800 in 1996, says that at very high velocities of 500 miles per hour or more, it would only take a few seconds to move or tumble across the ground for 300 yards. Reports of wreckage discovered at Indian Lake by local residents are accurate. CNN reported that investigators found debris from the crash at least 88 miles from the crash site, including in New Baltimore. However, according to CNN, this debris was all very light material that the wind would have easily blown away, and a Pittsburgh Post-Gazette article from September 14, 2001 describes the material as, quote, mostly papers, strands of charred insulation, and, quote, an endorsed paycheck. Damn, that sucks. You get a payday and you don't even get to cash it, and then you die. I suppose that happens to everybody. You'll always have one last payday before, and then, you die and then you have that last payday. It's called the Social Security Death Benefit, $250. The same article quotes FBI agent Bill Crowley that, quote, lighter, smaller debris probably shot into the air on the heat of a fireball that witnesses said shot several hundred feet into the air after the jetliner crashed. Then it probably rode a wind that was blowing southeast at about 9 miles per hour. Also, the distance between the crash site and Indian Lake was misreported in some accounts. According to the BBC, in a straight line, Indian Lake is just over a mile from the crash site. The road between the two locations takes a roundabout route of 6.9 miles, accounting for the erroneous reports. Some conspiracy theorists also believe a small white jet seen flying over the crash area may have fired a missile to shoot down Flight 93. However, government agencies such as the FBI assert this small plane was a Dassault Falcon business jet asked to descend to an altitude of around 1,500 feet to survey the impact. Ben Sliney, who was the FAA operation manager on September 11, 2001, says no military aircraft were near Flight 93. Some internet videos, such as Loose Change, speculate that Flight 93 safely landed in Ohio and a substituted plane was involved in the crash in Pennsylvania. Often cited as a preliminary news report that Flight 93 landed at a Cleveland airport. Well, you heard much earlier in this stream that Flight 93 Cleveland Airport was trying to reach Flight 93. But that's mostly because Flight 93 was near Cleveland Airport and would have been along the flight path and would have been part of the FAA network. So it was later learned that Delta Flight 1989 was the plane confused with Flight 93, and the report was retracted as inaccurate. Several websites within the 9/11 Truth Movement dispute this claim, citing the wreckage at the scene, eyewitness testimony, and the difficulty of secretly substituting one plane for another, and claim that such hoax theories appear calculated to alienate victims, survivors, and the larger public from the 9/11 Truth Movement. The editor of the article has since written a rebuttal to these claims. Valencia McClatchy, a local woman who took the only photograph of the mushroom cloud from the impact of Flight 93 seconds after it hit the ground, says she has been harassed over the telephone and in person by conspiracy theorists who claim she faked the photo. The FBI, the Somerset County authorities, the Smithsonian, and the National Park Service's Flight 93 National Memorial staff all have individually examined the photograph as well as the film negatives, and all four agencies consider the photo to be authentic. While some conspiracy theories have claimed that passengers of Flight 93 and/or Flight 77 were murdered or that they were relocated with the intent that they never be found, others within the 9/11 truth movement, such as Jim Hoffman and scholars for 9/11 Truth and Justice, repudiate such claims. Conspiracy theories involving the hijackers. During the initial confusion surrounding the immediate aftermath of the 9/11 attacks, the BBC published the names and identities of what they believed to be some of the hijackers. Some of the people maimed were later discovered to be alive, a fact that was seized upon by 9/11 conspiracy theorists as proof that the hijackings were faked. The BBC explained that the initial confusion may have arisen because the names they reported back in 2001 were common Arabic and Islamic names. In a response to a request from the BBC, the FBI said that it was confident to have identified all 19 hijackers and that none of the other inquiries had raised the issue of doubt about their identities. The New York Times also acknowledged these as cases of mistaken identity. According to John Bradley, the former managing editor of Arab News in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, the only public information about the hijackers was a list of names issued by the FBI on September 14, 2001, when the FBI released photographs 4 days after the cited reports on September 27th. The mistaken identities were quickly resolved. According to Bradley, all of this is attributable to the chaos that prevailed during the first few days following the attacks. What we are dealing with are coincidentally identical names. In Saudi Arabia, says Bradley, the names of the two alleged surviving attackers, Saeed al-Ghamdi and Walid al-Shairi, are as common as John Smith in the United States or Great Britain. Yeah, that's a pretty good way of explaining that. According to Thomas Keane, chair of the 9/11 Commission, 16 of the 19 shouldn't have gotten into the United States in any way because there was something wrong with their visas, something wrong with their passports. They should simply have been stopped at the border. That was 16 of the 19. Obviously, if even half of those people had been stopped, there never would have been a plot. Khalid al-Mihdhar and Nawaf al-Hamzi had both been identified as al-Qaeda agents by the CIA, but that information was not shared with the CIA or U.S. immigration, so both men were able to legally enter the U.S. to prepare for the 9/11 attacks. Conspiracy theories involving foreign governments. There are allegations that individuals within the Pakistani Inter-Services Intelligence, ISI, may have played an important role in financing the attacks. There are also claims that other foreign intelligence agencies, such as the Israeli Mossad, had foreknowledge of the attacks, and that Saudi Arabia may have played a role in financing the attacks. General Hamid Gul, a former head of ISI, believes the attacks were an inside job originating in the United States, perpetrated by Israel or neoconservatives. Francesco Cossiga, a former president of Italy from 1985 until his 1992 resignation over Operation Gladio, said that it is common knowledge among the Italian center-left that the 9/11 attacks were a joint operation of the CIA and Mossad. Subsequent reports indicated that he did not actually believe this. Specifically with Israel. A conspiracy theory documented by the Anti-Defamation League, Thom Burnett, and others is that the State of Israel was involved in the attacks and may have planned them. A variety of motives are suggested, including one, to cause the United States to attack the enemies of Israel. Oh, sure, all right, sure, I'll accept your friend request. There you go. Where was I? I'm sorry. Okay. A variety of motives are suggested, including to cause the United States to attack enemies of Israel, to divert public attention away from Israel's treatment of Palestinians, to help Zionists take control of world affairs, and to persuade Americans to support Israel. Variants of the theory contend that the attack... Not time. Tell you what. Someone had to shut me up. Yeah, I thought so. Hey, good news is we don't really have to worry about where we start. All right. Some proponents of this believe that Jewish employees were forewarned by Israeli intelligence to skip work on September 11th, resulting in no Jewish deaths at the World Trade Center. According to Cinnamon Stillwell, some 9/11 conspiracy theorists put this number as high as 4,000 Jewish people skipping work. This was first reported on September 17th by the Lebanese Hezbollah-owned satellite television channel Al-Manar and is believed to be based on the September 12th edition of the Jerusalem Post that said, quote, "The foreign ministry in Jerusalem has so far received the names of 4,000 Israelis believed to have been in the areas of the World Trade Center and the Pentagon at the time of the attacks." The number of Jews who died in the attacks is variously estimated at between 270 and 400. The lower figure tracks closely with the percentage of Jews living in the New York area and partial surveys of the victims' listed religion. The U.S. State Department has published a partial list of 76 in response to claims that fewer Jews/Israels died in the World Trade Center attacks than should have been present at the time. 5 Israeli citizens died in the attacks. Anti-Semitism in conspiracy theories. In 2003, the Anti-Defamation League published a report, a report attacking, quote, hateful conspiracy theories that the 9/11 attacks were carried about by Israelis and Jews, saying they had the potential to, quote, rationalize and fuel global anti-Semitism. It found that such theories were widely accepted in the Arab and Muslim world, as well as in Europe and the United States. The ADL's report found that, quote, the big lie has united American far-right extremists and white supremacists and elements within the Arab and Muslim world. The Big Lie, that is the French book that I was talking about here. That was thoroughly debunked. Tissue of lies, they said. So it asserted that many of the theories were modern manifestation of the 19th century protocols of the Elders of Zion, which purported to map out a Jewish conspiracy for world domination. The ADL has characterized the Jeff Rentz website as carrying anti-Semitic materials, such as American Jews staged the 9/11 terrorist attacks for their own financial gain and to induce the American people to endorse wars of aggression and genocide on the nations of the Middle East and theft of their resources for the benefit of Israel. Pedro A. San Juan, a former United Nations diplomat, alleged that anti-Semitic 9/11 conspiracy theories were quite common at high levels of the organization following the attacks. Saudi Arabia. British investigative journalists Anthony Summers and Robin Swan claimed in their 2011 book, The 11th Hour, that the Saudi royal family provided material and financial support to the hijackers, and that the Bush administration covered this up as well as their own alleged incompetence. The authors claim that the 9/11 Truth Movement helped this cover-up by deflecting attention away from these actions. In September 2011, a Lloyd's Insurance Syndicate began legal action against Saudi Arabia, demanding the repayment of £136 million. It paid out to the victims of 9/11 attacks. A number of prominent Saudi charities and banks, as well as a leading member of the Al Saud royal family, were accused of being agents and alter egos for the Saudi state that knowingly provided funding to Al-Qaeda and encouraged anti-Western sentiment. How to put this in perspective? Okay, let's say you have 19 random American assholes, all with variations of John Jones, Fred Smith, things like that. 19 common American names. Hijack four Arab airlines and crash them into prominent targets in the Arab culture. Destroy Mecca, destroy Jeddah. There would be a fair amount of conspiracy theory on the flip side, that this was an American plot, to benefit the Jews. Such theories have historically revolved around the putative content of the 28 pages of the 2002 report of the U.S. Congress Joint Inquiry that were withheld from publication until July 15, 2016. Former Florida Senator Bob Graham, co-chairman of the Joint Inquiry, as well as other former officials who did read the entire version of the Joint Inquiry's report, still partially classified, believe there is a U.S. government cover-up on the Saudi government's officials' substantial aid provided to the perpetrators of the 9/11 act. Notably the role of Fahad al-Thumairi, a diplomat at the Saudi consulate in Los Angeles. No planes theory. Former chief economist within the Labor Department under the Bush administration, Morgan Reynolds, argues that no planes were used in the attacks. Reynolds claims it is physically impossible that the Boeing planes of Flight 11 and 175 could have penetrated the steel frames of the towers, and that digital compositing was used to depict the plane crashes in both news reports and subsequent amateur video. There were no planes, there were no hijackers, Reynolds insists. I know, I'm out of the mainstream, but that's the way it is, quote. According to David Shaler, quote, the only explanation is that they were missiles surrounded by holograms made to look like planes, he says. Oh, for the love of God. Now we've really reached some nutter butter conspiracy theories. I mean, this is someone who watches Star Trek a little too much, maybe. Missiles, the only explanation is that they were missiles surrounded by holograms made to look like planes, he says, which would be well beyond the capabilities of contemporaneous hologram technology. I mean, yeah, we can bring back, Michael Jackson, and we can bring back Whitney Houston, but I don't think you can project a hologram onto a 650 mile per hour moving plane. Well, missile. I'm sorry, missile. They'd want to think it's a missile with a hologram of a plane around it. So yeah, I don't think you're going to be able to get a hologram to behave properly around a missile like you would see on a Star Trek episode. That shit ain't going to fly, I'm sorry. Watch footage frame by frame and you will see a cigar-shaped missile hitting the World Trade Center. Most no-plane adherents, including Thierry Mason and Reynolds, assert that either CGI of a passenger plane was overlaid onto a winged cruise missile or military aircraft, or that computer-generated images of a passenger plane were inserted into the video footage and plane-shaped explosive cutouts were planted into the buildings in order to create the impression of plane impact. Okay, I'm going to bring up a little theory, and it's called Occam's razor. Sometimes the simplest explanation is the correct one. Maybe a plane did hit the tower. Some Truth Movement veterans have repeatedly refuted the no-plane claims. In fact, discussion of no-plane theories has been banned from certain conspiracy theory websites, and advocates have sometimes been threatened with violence by posters at other conspiracy theory websites. Wow! Even the conspiracy theorists don't believe that bullshit. When it's come to the point where you've pissed off conspiracy theorists and they don't want you talking about holograms on missiles, yeah, pretty clear. Cover-up allegations. Paul Zarembeka, in his book, The Hidden History of 9/11, states that the debris from Ground Zero was removed without a proper forensic investigation. Cockpit recorders. According to the 9/11 Commission report, both black boxes from Flight 77 and both black boxes from Flight 93 were recovered. However, the CVR from Flight 77 was said to be too damaged to yield any data. On April 18, 2002, the FBI allowed the families of victims from Flight 93 to listen to the voice recordings. In April 2006, a transcript of the CVR was released as part of the Zacarias Moussaoui trial. Two men, Michael Ballone and Nicolas de Massey, who worked extensively in the wreckage of the World Trade Center, said in the book Behind the Scenes, Ground Zero, that they helped federal agents find 3 of the 4 black boxes from the jetliners. At one point, I was assigned to take federal agents around to the site to search for the black boxes from the planes. We were getting ready to go out. My ATV was parked at the top of the stairs at the Brooks Brothers entrance area. We loaded up about $1 million worth of equipment and strapped it into the ATV. There were a total of 4 black boxes. We found 3. Bin Laden tapes. A series of interviews, audio and videotapes were released in the years following the 9/11 attacks that were reported to be from Osama bin Laden. In the first of these, the speaker denied responsibility for the attacks. On September 17, 2001, in a statement issued to Al Jazeera, Bin Laden is quoted as saying, quote, "The U.S. government has consistently blamed me for being behind every occasion its enemies attack or it has blamed me for being behind every occasion its enemies attack it. I would like to assure the world that I did not plan the recent attacks, which seems to have been planned by people for personal reasons." I think that's the classic non-denial denial. Nobody really told him that planes were going to crash into buildings. They kind of kept him probably in the dark about the exact operation of the plan. Could have also been that the plan was to take hostages and negotiate for release of prisoners. In a tape released in December 2001, known as the Jalalabad tape, the speaker is alleged to have foreknowledge of the attacks. The Central Intelligence Agency claimed the tape was probably from Osama bin Laden. Some observers, especially people in the Muslim world, doubted the authenticity of the tape. On December 20th, 2001, German TV channel Das Erste broadcast an analysis of the White House's translation of the videotape. On the program Monitor, 2 independent translators and an expert on Oriental studies found the White House's translation to be both inaccurate and manipulative, stating, quote, "At the most important places where it is held to prove the guilt of bin Laden, it is not identical with the Arabic, and that the words used to indicate foreknowledge cannot be heard at all in the original." Professor Gernot Rotter, professor of Islamic and Arabic Studies at the Asia-Africa Institute at the University of Hamburg, said the American translators who listened to the tapes and transcribed them apparently wrote a lot of things in that they wanted to hear, but that cannot be heard on the tape no matter how many times you listen to it. Some members of Scholars for 9/11 Truth believe that the man in this videotape is not Osama bin Laden at all, citing differences in weight and facial features, along with his wearing of a gold ring, which is forbidden by Muslim law, and writing with his right hand, although bin Laden was left-handed. Okay, I'm going to kind of dispel a myth about left-handed people. Left-handed people are, for the most part, ambidextrous. They can actually write pretty good with both hands. They just prefer to write with the left hand. So, my grandfather was actually pretty good in writing left-handed and right-handed. So he was really good at his handwriting. It was indistinguishable between the two. So, the idea that someone who's left-handed can't write right-handed, I don't buy necessarily. In an audio tape released in November 2007, bin Laden claimed responsibility for the attacks and denied the Taliban and Afghan government or people had any prior knowledge of the attacks. In an interview with Al Jazeera, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and Ramzi bin al-Shabi, 2 of al-Qaeda's alleged masterminds of the attacks, also confessed their involvement in the attacks. Hiding of CIA recruitment efforts. Richard Clarke, who headed the government's anti-terrorism efforts in 2001, theorized CIA Director George Tenet ordered the agency to withhold information about Nawaf al-Hamzi and Khalid al-Mihdhar from the rest of the government in an effort to cover up the agency's recruitment of the two. George Tenet released a statement denying the agency deliberately withheld information about the pair and noted Clarke himself said he had no proof. Okay, if the CIA is going to hire you, you're going to need to speak English, I think. You're going to need to speak English because you're going to need to be able to, converse with your handler. Because unless your handler is like some mastermind translator who, let's face it, there aren't a lot that many of, you're going to want to speak English to your handler. Motives. Pax Americana. In September 2000, the Project for a New American Century released a strategic treatise entitled Rebuilding America's Defenses. The Defense Planning Guidance of 1992 was drafted by Paul Wolfowitz on behalf of then Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney. This was described as, quote, a blueprint for permanent American global hegemony by Andrew Bacevich in his book American Empire, The Realities and Consequences of U.S. Diplomacy. Matt Taibbi argued in his book, The Great Derangement, that conspiracy theorists have taken what is written in this paper completely out of context, and that the transformation referenced in the paper is explicitly said to be a decades-long process to turn the Cold War-era military into a new modern military, which could deal with more localized conflicts. He said that for this to be evidence of motive, either those responsible would have decided to openly state their objectives or would have read the paper in 2000 and quickly laid the groundwork for the 9/11 attacks using it as inspiration. Invasions. Conspiracy theorists have questioned whether the oil factor and 9/11 provided the United States and the United Kingdom with a reason to launch a war that they had wanted for some time, and suggest that this gives them a strong motive for either carrying out the attacks or allowing them to take place. For instance, Andreas von Bülow, I wonder, this is really curious. I wonder, is he related to a certain other von Bülow? God, I hope not. A member of the von Bülow of the Bülow family. Wait a minute. Notable members. Son of a bitch. He is related to Klaus von Bülow. Wouldn't you fucking know it? Yeah. Oh, God. This rabbit hole just gets deeper and deeper, doesn't it? For instance, Andreas von Bülow, a former research minister in the German government, has argued that 9/11 was staged to justify the subsequent wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Former Malaysian Prime Minister Mahathir Mohamad was quoted as saying there was, quote, strong evidence that the attacks were faked so the United States could go to war against Muslims. In spite of these allegations, the Bush administration specifically rejected proposals to immediately attack Iraq in response to 9/11 and acknowledged that there was no evidence of Iraqi involvement in the attacks. New World Order conspiracy theory. Alex Jones and other personalities hold that 9/11 was initiated by a disparate variety of banking, corporate, globalization, and military interests for the purpose of creating a globalist government. Such New World Order conspiracy theories predate 9/11. And that's so worthy, it actually has its own New World Order conspiracy theory page on Wiki, but I'm not going to go into that. How much further? Jesus, we're not even halfway done with this article, are we? Good fucking Christ. Suggested historical precedents. Conspiracy theorists often point to Operation Northwoods as a model for the 9/11 attacks, theorizing the attacks were carried out by the U.S. government as a false flag operation and then blamed on Islamic extremists. Operation Northwoods was an unimplemented, apparently rejected plan by the United States Joint Chiefs in 1962, One proposal in the plan suggested that covert operatives commit multiple acts of terrorism in U.S. cities and blame Cuba, thus providing a pretext for invasion. Time magazine contrasted events which inspired past conspiracy theories with those that inspire 9/11 conspiracy theories, such as the assassination of John F. Kennedy. Time called the public assassination of Kennedy, quote, a private, intimate affair when compared with the attack of the World Trade Center, which was witnessed by millions of people and documented by hundreds of videographers, and said, there is no evidence so plain and clear that a determined human being can't find ambiguity in it. Proponents. 9/11 Truth Movement. Many individuals and organizations that support or discuss 9/11 conspiracy theory consider themselves to be part of the 9/11 Truth Movement. Prominent adherents of the movement include, among others, radio talk show host Alex Jones, theologian David Ray Griffin, physicist Stephen E. Jones, software engineer Jim Hoffman, architect Richard Gage of Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth, film producer Dylan Avery, former governor of Minnesota Jesse Ventura, former member of the U.S. House of Representatives Cynthia McKinney, actors Daniel Sunjata, Ed Asner, and Charlie Sheen. Oh, when you got Charlie Sheen on your side, yeah, that truth's coming out, believe me. As Charlie Sheen says in the middle of fucking she-male prostitutes. Anyways. Political science professor Joseph DeFaria and journalist Thierry Mason. Adherents of the 9/11 Truth Movement come from diverse social backgrounds. The movement draws adherents from people of diverse political beliefs, including liberals, conservatives, and libertarians. The Anti-Defamation League has named Alan Sabrowski as a key figure in anti-Semitic 9/11 conspiracy theories. Among the organizations that actively discuss and promote such theories are Architects for and Engineers for 9/11 Truth, a group that focuses on the collapse of the World Trade Center buildings, 9/11 Truth, founded in 2004, Scholars for 9/11 Truth, founded in 2005, and Scholars for 9/11 Truth and Justice, a group that split from Scholars of 9/11 Truth in 2007. Yeah, I know the feeling when a group has to split on Facebook, trust me. The Real Kentucky Hemp Initiative. Check it out on Facebook. There you go. A group that's split from Scholars of 9/11 Truth and runs the online publication Journal of 9/11 Studies, 9/11 Citizens Watch, which was already formed in 2002, and the Hispanic Victims Group. Several of these groups have collected signatures on petitions asking for further investigation of the September 11th attacks. In 2004, John Buchanan ran for president on a 9/11 Truth platform. 9/11 conspiracy theory critic Jonathan Kay asserts that, for the most part, proponents are not out for financial gain and, in some cases, have left lucrative careers to become activists. I can understand that. Passion projects, things like that. You want to... You don't believe what's out there, even if for the most part it's been debunked. You want to cling on to some hope that there's going to be a real answer to who shot JFK, a real answer as to why the September 11th attacks happened. And to that end, conspiracy theories involving coronavirus now. I suppose we've come Now we've reached 2020, I guess, in a sense. Dissecting the 9/11 truth movement community. According to a 2011 analysis in a Skeptical Inquirer article, people involved in this movement, which seemingly is a disparate group with very diversified backgrounds, could be classified into three groups. They join the movement for different reasons, loosely self-assemble to fill different roles, and are united by their shared mistrust in experts and the establishment, government, and reputable sources of knowledge, and conspiratorial stance. Through their engagement, they each find their own fulfillment and satisfaction. Together, they contribute to the persistence, resilience, and exaggerated claims of acceptance in general public of the movement. These three groups are hardcore. The organizers and active members of the various 9/11 Truth Movement organizers. They produce the information, spot the anomalies and technical inconsistencies, provide the technical base, and form the theories. While they claim to only be interested in facts to use scientific method, they commit the logical fallacy of confirmation bias by predetermining the outcome. Then searching for corroborating evidence while ignoring the vast body of peer-reviewed, independent, consensual research which contradicts their theories. They supply the physical structure of the movement by organizing events, seminars, discussions, marches, and distributing flyers and pamphlets. Their numbers are relatively small, but they are tight-knit and highly connected. Guarantee you it's a bunch of soccer mom Karens. Their worldview favors, quote, super conspiracy, a master plan that is behind conspiracies which they believe they are uncovering. Oh yeah, that sounds like Karens for you. Critically turned. They are the young students and political activists whose affiliation with the 9/11 Truth Movement often is rooted from their dissatisfaction and anger at the established political and social order. Their sense of justice and idealism propels them to activism against perceived oppression and social injustice. Their penchant to use internet, especially social media, and tech savvy makes them the propaganda machine for their movement. They produce YouTube videos. Oh, God. I guess I'm critically tuned then. There you go. And films with cool counterculture content. I guess the Star Trek Online. There's your cool counterculture content. Hey, I got this. I got this, man. I got this by the ass. All right. Make good use of pop culture parody and eye-catching graphics. The countercultural street cred of their productions buy them broad appeal and exposure to millions of people. If 10 years from now I have 12 views on this video, I will consider that a huge fucking success. I don't think I'm going to ever get 12 views on this video, be honest. I doubt, people are just going to want to listen to me playing Star Trek Online and reading Wikipedia and ranting and raving like this, but, maybe. I wouldn't necessarily call my setup, high tech or anything like that. I'm definitely no Sargon of Akkad. And it's kind of sad and disappointing to know that I actually got more votes than Sargon of Akkad in 2012. But I did a little background history about Sargon's political career, and yeah, I can see why he might have gotten fewer votes. I was kind of balancing a huge political tightrope in 2012 because, when you're running for Congress, you don't want to fuck that up. You want to have fun with it, but you also want to be careful not to offend people, especially in the pre-hyper-sensitized culture of 2012, where an outrage machine was ready and waiting, but not as massive as today's. Oh shit, I actually gotta, wait a minute, I gotta do a positron imaging scan. Wait a minute, I gotta private message him. Oh, I needed a little break today after all this. How many of these damn particles have I got so far? Oh, thank God, I've got over 100. Okay, so I'm going to wrap this kind of up with media. Oh, God. Well, I'll just wrap this up here in a moment talking about illiterati. I don't know, you hear the word illiterati, and immediately I think of Charlie Kelly from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. So, they are the movement's mass membership backbone, a large diffuse group which give the movement exaggerated claims of popularity and influence. Participation in the 9/11 Truth movement to this group of people is as much a social and recreational pursuit as the quest for truth. Their partaking is mostly through Web 2.0 social networking and YouTube. Their commentaries often are emotional, and they make no pretense to be accurate, balanced, or to show genuine intent to find truth. I don't know. How long have I been on tonight? Wait a minute. Just a curiosity. I want to see how long I've been ranting and raving. Oh, shit. 4 hours. Oh, no fucking kidding. Alrighty then. Right, I think we will wrap this up with illiterati, and I'll just leave you to read the rest of the article about 9/11 conspiracy theories, because it goes on and on and on about media reaction, criticism, legal cases. And I really don't feel like staying up all night reading about media reaction, criticism, and in politics and legal cases. So we're just going to finish up by talking about the illiterati. Charlie Kelly's of the 9/11 Truther movement. Their commentaries often are emotional, and they make no pretense to be accurate, balanced, or show genuine intent to find truth. Well, I think in 4 hours, I've done a hell of a lot of truth seeking, just mainly on Wikipedia. And I think that, anybody who is interested should do their own research. That's what it's there for. You have to do the research. You have to make your own decision about what happened. Involvement with the movement that fit their worldview gives them a sense of identity and belonging, which they find more appealing than the facts and evidences of the 9/11 terrorist attack itself. Well, this almost sounds exactly like the plot of an It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia episode, where Charlie gets a hold of a 9/11 conspiracy theory, and then Mac believes it, and then Dennis and Dee believe it, and then, of course, Frank believes it, and then shit just blows up literally and figuratively. All right, so we're going to wrap up this episode because I have to speak to Professor Meyer and turn in my thesis about 20th and 21st century history. Oh, he accepts my thesis. Thank you. Okay, well, now I'm going to turn in all this research. Request a tactical. Yep. Wait, where'd it go? Thought I had it. Oh, that's right. I gotta speak to Professor Meyer again. I would like to redeem those particle fragments for that very rare tactical officer. Prince Darren Sine. Recharge time reduced for tactical team and buff. I'll take that. Okay. So we have been going on for 4 hours now about remembering 9/11. We've explored a lot of what happened, a lot of who was behind what happened. We've talked about conspiracy theories involving it. I'm going to have to send him a mail. Well, anyway. And I'm going to go ahead and wrap up this episode because I'm, as you know, seated on my favorite park bench. Sitting on a park bench. How many credits? Alright, we are at 355 million energy credits. 490,000. 680,000 to lithium. I don't even want to think about what's in the boxes. I'm not even going to try to hazard a guess. So I'm just going to open them right now and just be amazed at 100,000 credits, 2,000 to lithium, a reroll token, and 100 marks. Yeah. Four boxes. And oh, no, that's right. I got this fifth one. Oh, another 50,000 energy credits. Well, thank you. I think the game is rewarding me for all of this 9/11 footage that I have provided you with tonight. And I really kind of wanted people to join me in Discord. I'm very surprised that I went 4 whole hours without Black Hydra Gaming coming in here and saying, "Hey, Boo Boo Bear." I'm really surprised. Normally he gets notifications about this. And I'm surprised that he didn't join me in the chat room because, goddamn, I really wanted people to join me tonight. I really wanted discourse about this. If you have opinions about that, please leave them in the comments below. Flag this video even. Yes, please get me some attention for this. So I'm going to go ahead and throw up the blue alert. So we've been on for well over 4 hours now. Well, for just over 4 hours. And I really need to get the stream wrapped up. And thank you all for putting up with my insanity. And for listening to me rant and rave tonight. I don't know if this will help me achieve closure with 19 years ago. I don't know if this is going to help anyone. I just cast this message into a bottle and throw it into the internet ocean in the hopes that somebody finds this and realizes, hey, I'm on this island with 15 subscribers. Like, comment, and subscribe if you would like to help us out. In the meantime, thank you all for watching KSR Fans Play Star Trek Online. And we are brought to you by Triology Soaps. Triology Soaps are the finest handcrafted soaps that you will ever put against your skin. Please visit triologysoaps.com. I am going to do a Saturday 10 p.m. episode. I just don't know who is up for Saturday 10 p.m., but we'll figure something out. Anyways, yeah, I really had the hopes that at least a couple of other YouTube streamers who normally don't go political on their streams would like to go hog wild on this one, because I don't care. I don't care if you're Republican or Democrat or independent. I don't care if you're believing in the truth. I don't believe if you believe in the conspiracy theories. 19 years ago, Earth had a very, very shitty day. And I think it's up to all of us to remember, and it's up to all of us to make sure that people aren't going to let this happen again, either through ignorance or willful negligence. And yeah. Anyways, thank you all for watching KSR Fans Play Star Trek Online. I have been your host, Randolph Vance, and we will see you tomorrow night, 10 p.m. Eastern. Please enjoy the rest of your Saturday morning right now. Thank you, and God bless America. Have a good evening. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to actually do this. I don't care. Wait a minute. Because I feel like challenging the shit out of Susan Wojcicki today. You know what? You're going to get a rare post-show treat. All right. I'm actually going to go back in here. Because I need to bring up something. There we go. Just a second. I appreciate your patience while I get things set up. No, I don't want to capture that. Appreciate your patience. Technical difficulties. Please stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Star-Spangled Banner, particularly a version that I have grown up with television sign-off as a kid. This one is called Flag Evolution, and what it is basically the history of the United States up to a point. But at this point, we now conclude our broadcast day. I want to thank you all for watching, and this is going to be a very special Well, that actually didn't work out the way I wanted it to. I was trying to get to the video to queue up in Streamlabs OBS, but apparently it doesn't like YouTube full screen anymore. Fuck it. I'll do it. I'll just download the video and I'll play it in Streamlabs OBS directly tomorrow. In the meantime,